222, mic check. OCO.
OCO, free thinkers.
Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said, let him cook.
OCO, what's going on, y'all? What tribe you representing? What city and state you in? If you about you and your people, spam in the chat with feathers. Spam the chat with fire emojis, heart emojis, bow and arrows, turtles. Spam the chat.
Keep spamming emojis and flattening the chat. Turn up. Keep spamming emojis and flattening the chat. Hey.
I'm gonna give y'all a round of applause. Yeah. Hold up. What up, 13%? Switch over. Y'all ready? We gotta go over this thing right here. There's still some things we gotta go over. My camera. There's still some things we gotta go over.
Set it on fire.
I'm gonna be playing some videos. I took some notes. We're gonna have to read a transcript. Some things just happened tonight though. And we're gonna have to go over that. We good?
OCO, freethinkers.
Cause one thing about it, two things for sure, three things for certain, nigga.
You're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
It's up.
The champ is here!
He's here to make you think.
Winners are not allowed to allow losers to rewrite history.
You are watching a master at work.
This motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes.
Relax and take notes. This man is unstoppable.
Look at that Indian right there. Look at this Indian.
It's Dane Calloway.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
Hey, talk tall, Dane. Talk tall.
Set it on fire. 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 Fire.
All right. I think we done got. I think we done got everything in here. Keep in mind, I'm looking at my controller right here. Like sometimes you're gonna see me on my cell phone right here. Controller right here. Y'all know the screens. You know, so don't think I'm be passing out on you like I'm falling. I should fall asleep. I should fall asleep on y'all real quick. Just nah, but I've been up though. I've been up getting this done. And I did have notes as well that I'm gonna be going over tonight as well. Like I have to go over some things because let me turn this down a little bit. The reason why I do is because certain things were said in certain videos that I'm gonna have to play because that's critical information that we got today. We just received some critical information today that we didn't have before. I feel as though it's important. On the Nolan Wells situation, by the way. This investigation. Let me not even call it a situation. The investigation. Now, some people let me turn this down a little bit more. Okay. I hope that's not up too loud now. I hope y'all can hear me. But some people have brought out more information. And some of that I tried to look over and it's not coming back valid. Like I'm gonna be talking about that as well. Some information came out and it was valid, but it was coming from some iffy sources. We're going to be talking about that as well, and how one of the friends came out and spoke with Rolling Stone, and he left some things behind on the table that was questionable. We're going to be talking about that as well. That particular department, I believe that was Jackson County, if I'm calling that correctly, their particular police department indicated that they got the FBI involved. But I just want you guys to know that that does not mean that the FBI took over the investigation. That just simply means they could have been hiring certain people that, you know, do forensics for the FBI, for example. That don't mean they got the FBI on it. I saw a couple people try to run with that, and that's not true. The FBI is not on it. Like, not how you think they would be. No, this is strictly state. So far, it hasn't turned into a federal investigation. Okay, this is not a federal investigation. Oh, that's another thing I want to point out. Somebody said that he got beat up with a pole, and this is, you know, and that's, I believe some people are being paid to say certain things. That he got pissed on, beat up with a pole. That I believe those people are being paid to stir the narrative. That's not valid. I don't even know where they came from. Like, they just came left field with that. And people on TikTok was running with it. I was like, whoa, y'all can't just say that happened without concrete evidence, because where are you getting that from? That's a big ass allegation. Like, you can't just say that that's truth and fact. Oh, I heard. You can't do that. Like, you can't do that. Like, it's okay. Like, if you have evidence to post up that somebody else said that, you know, and they claim to be one of the friends, then yeah, we could take a look at that. That still doesn't make it true. But you can't just simply make up something like that. That's too deep. Like, y'all can't see. Okay, the reason why certain people are being paid to do that is because they are trying to make this a bigger racial issue. And I'm sure people know about that. All right, let me cut this music off because I'm still yelling and I don't want to be yelling. Not, at least not in the beginning. I'm chilling tonight. I hope I'm not going to be yelling and screaming tonight about certain things that I don't like. But I am going to be pointing them out because I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So I did have notes written down, and I don't know how long this live stream is going to be. I'm already starting off a little later than I wanted to be, so I'm going to jump into it. But how y'all doing? How y'all doing? I can yell. I know I can yell. You know, I can yell. I could go ahead and get my feelings out. I did that during the last live stream too. Like, and that was authentic enough. You know, I let people know I'm tired of hearing these stories happening throughout the South. And I'm also tired of people that are not sharing my skin complexion or darker as far as, you know, our history is concerned. I'm tired of other people trying to make statements as if their take is something that we should consider. There's too many people out there trying to stir the narrative, and they ain't got nothing to do with this. And that's in general. That's generally speaking. It never fails. Each and every time, the wrong people got to come out of their mouth and say something. That just goes to show you what type of time America is on this day and age. It almost looked like my camera. I hope it's not a delay. It almost looked like my camera got a slight delay in it. But nah, this day and age, we need to be listening to our people. We need to pay attention to everything, but we definitely should be listening to our people, especially to the max. When something ain't right, we need to call it out. When it ain't right, we need to call it out. When something smells funny, call it out. Something don't sound right, call it out. We got to call all this shit out. Otherwise, these people that, you know, want to claim that racism doesn't exist in America anymore won't ever see a day of consequences. But their consequence, the day of reckoning is coming. No matter what. It's bigger than you and I. It's bigger than you and I and them. And they trying to stir the pot. And when the pot thickens, what happened? More information getting on. And I've been sharing our people's history for 10 years straight. And I'm talking about still to this very day, people will create videos about me that are inaccurate. They won't ever be able to put research on a screen to debunk anything that I have stated and proved with evidence on screen. All they could do is run their mouth. It won't ever fail. And there's too many people out there playing a character. They're playing a role. Okay? They're not showing you their real life for real. They're not telling you their real name for real. They got an agenda. I don't have anything to hide. I don't have an agenda as far as a negative agenda is concerned or malevolent agenda is concerned. No. I want our people to succeed in benevolence. Let's just use the opposite of that word. I want to see our people win. And I think it's beautiful when I do see our people win. I think it's a beautiful thing. And our people need to experience that more and more because our people need healing. Our people are still trying to heal. Then we got story after story like Nolan Wells popping up trying to distract us away from, not saying that the Nolan Wells situation isn't real, but that still is a distraction away from our happiness, our joy, and what our true peak interest is in life, excelling. Like they always want us to be under a constant full cloud of rain waiting to happen. But there's only one way to thunder a storm. The majority of my people went through a struggle. Whether, my younger years, my mother's younger years, my father's younger years, our grandparents' younger years, our great-grandparents' younger years, our great-great-grandparents' younger years, great-great-great-grandparents' younger years, great-great-great-great-grandparents' younger years, great-great-great-great-great-grandparents' younger years, generation after generation. You got to stop. And the only way it's going to stop is if we make it stop, not ask somebody to make it stop. It's not about asking, pleading, and begging. They made these laws of America without our permission or without our input in general. So what makes you think they're going to cater their laws to you? Their laws, their bills, their acts, their wills to you. What makes you think they're going to do that? We know the long history of Mississippi and all of the lynchings that you cannot, they want our people to forget about what's been happening in Mississippi. They want us to forget about that. And they act like, nah, that was in the past. It's a thing of the past. Let it go. And it's still happening now. It's still happening now. If it was a thing of the past, we would have been let it go. Well, not really. We would have held, because the reason why, let me explain. Because you were never held accountable for your actions. That's why we won't let it go. You can't be mad and say, oh, they trying to make it a racial issue when it was already a racial issue. Started by your people. Your people called it the Negro problem. Oh, it's a Negro problem. It's too many Negroes on this land. Let's ship them somewhere on the west coast of Africa so we can have this part of the land all to ourselves. That's a fact, by the way. Before the free colonization society. I want my people to understand that this has all been purposely done. to keep us at the bottom because they will be non-existent when we're at the top. They know this. They know this. I got my coffee tonight. Fresh cup. Tanisha just came from up out of here and gave me a kiss. Let me drop a bomb for my wife. She just handed this cup. It's gonna be a nice evening tonight. All right, so let's get into it. The first thing we got to do is start from the videos that just came out today. Y'all know what to do. If y'all can't hear certain ones, and on my side it sound like I can hear, but you guys can't, just let me know, hey, boost the volume. But it got to be more than just 3 people saying it. My damn chat got to be blown up, letting me know to turn it up. It can't just be 2-3 people that got them old ass iPhones that's malfunctioning. Huh? That's too lazy to walk inside of the Apple store and go get another one. It's always them iPhone users. I can't hear. What you say? I can't hear. I ain't lying. You lying, Dane, says the iPhone user. I love y'all. Y'all know I'm just joking. There's going to be some iPhone people that don't know if I'm joking or not. They're going to be mad. They in their feelings. They click the dislike button. God damn it. If you're an iPhone user, click the dislike button. So what? So what? You mad at me? Click the dislike button. Go ahead. And if you Android, click the like button. Huh? I'm just kidding. Come on, y'all. That you talking about a war. We talking about a war between races. And we could cause a war between phone companies. Meanwhile, Apple and Android behind the scenes laughing at us. Or Apple and Google. Look at those fools fighting over our phones. It be the same phone, same camera, same chip. This one say M4. And they be like they ain't selling you the same shit from Korea, China, Japan, you name it. They ain't making it here. Did y'all see Trump new phone? How many of y'all got Trump new phone? And don't tell me that. Look, I want you to go look at Trump's new phone that he just came out with, right? And tell me that ain't no HTC. I'm talking about that's the HTC phone top to bottom, even in the inside, and Trump slapped his name on it. Now, don't get me wrong, that thing gold, but that's it. It's like the year 2023, 2024 phone. And look, for the beautiful people in America, go get my phone. The service is going to be just like, he made the service just like, not what's the one that's with T-Mobile, but that's you know how they got the little, damn, what's the name of their bracket? The little subdivision. Come on, y'all. Chat. What's that one that T-Mobile got? Cricket? Nah, not Metro. Is it Cricket? Wait, hold on, wait. So what Verizon got? Mint? You know what? I think it is on Mint Mobile. It's like that. It's on a service like that, y'all. Like Metro or Boost Mobile. It's on a service like that. No cap. Go look this up. They say it's like $5 cheaper than most. If you get it with the service. And if you don't get it with the service, it's a HTC phone. Straight up. It's probably like, I forgot how much it is. It's between $300 to $500. Something like that. Shut them down, DJs in the building. What they do, Dane? What up? Shut them down, DJ. Shout out to Miami in the building. 305, what up? How you been though? Uh-oh. I done hit that note and can't even take it down. Hold. That done took up half of my screen. Wait a minute. Okay, there you go. I was like, wait a minute. That wasn't usually. Okay, there you go. You said that looks so cool, Lauren. What you talking about? Oh, you talking about the phone? You said you had one. Victoria said she had one. It was awful. It is the HTC phone. It's the HTC phone. It's the same thing. Look it up. I'm not kidding. And it's old too. Like it came out in 2023, 2024. And it's a replica. It just got Trump stuff on it. Oh, and the American flag. That's messed up, by the way. The American flag is messed up. It doesn't have the correct stripes on it, by the way. I'm just letting you know. As soon as you see it. Yeah, say it is on the T-Mobile network, but they got it on it. That's what I thought. But they got it on one of them subdivision ones. Like it doesn't say T-Mobile. You say hell to the nah. Y'all better stop playing. Y'all love y'all president. Y'all would have got his shoes if it wasn't sold out. Y'all would have walked outside in them gold shoes. Don't lie. Go ahead, lie. Y'all would have walked outside in them gold shoes. What president? Liberty Mobile Network? What up, Icky? Mama Reese in the building. Sly Boogie in the building. I ain't see you in a minute, Sly. Levante in the building. Y'all ready? Talking about is Metro PCS? Okay, so it's Metro PCS. All right, Air Trumps. Yeah. People bought that. Man, what? It was sold out. I forgot how much they were. And people was claiming that President Trump. No, he was the president when that happened. Oh, no, was he campaigning? Something like that. They were trying to predict that he wasn't going to sell out of those shoes. And he sold out within hours. Ghetto PCS, don't do that. That's messed up. People use that. Come on, y'all. And ain't nothing but it's just nothing but those big networks at a cheaper price. It's the same thing. They probably throttling your internet. It's the same thing. They ain't changing nothing. They just slapping a different name on it. Look, y'all. Instead of the original $160 price for one phone, pay $80. It's the same thing. They still getting it. Then they gonna charge you more on the bill. And then say no contract. You know how they do. Now, don't get it twisted because, Nextel is the Boost Mobile, which y'all see. Nextel was fire. I won't ever say nothing bad about Nextel. Nextel was fire. Sprint was fire. I'm telling my age a little bit. I'm 36. Huh? All right, come on. All right, let's lock in. All right, for real, let's lock in. Let me make sure I get everything up. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is play what happened today. So we could go over certain things that were said today by the parents, by the way. By the parents. Keep in mind, it's a lot of people out there that's making up stuff I cannot verify. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's a lot of people out there saying some stuff that cannot be verified. Them urinating on the body and beating them with a pole. That's a lie, bruh. Where they get that from? Like, that's petty. Like, I don't like that, bro. I really don't. Like, why would you lie like that? And there's Niji people doing it, white folks doing it. That's the part that I ain't like. I ain't like that at all. All right. Hold on. It's a possibility that he did get beat up, though. Strong possibility. What? Okay, but we don't know that for sure. But we do know for a fact that the not the coroner's office, the no. I'm gonna read that because I want to get that right and exact. The medical examiner, her name is Dr. I'm gonna pull that up. Stacy something. I'm gonna pull it up. But her office was the one stating that they needed to get dental records to verify, okay, who he was. And that was alarming. That was alarming. Usually they're doing that when they can't tell, you know what I'm saying, who he is based off of his condition. But that could be, different. Okay, they could use it for different reasons. Maybe that was protocol to say, all right, let's just get his dental records to be sure that that is him. That's a possibility as well. But it is alarming that they got his dental record. So, but that don't really mean that, you know what I'm saying, at all. That's not 100% concrete that he was beat up. It do sound like it though, but that's not 100% concrete. All right, so the first thing I want to do is start off with what was said on CNN. And I'm going to get into it because it's a little lengthy and they got this whole entire interview behind a paywall. So I had to grab, okay, so basically you're going to see me do this off the website.
So Reverend Sharpton.
Hold on, not Sharpton. Okay, so I got it off CNN's website.
Miss Christine, how are you and your family holding up?
And this is not the entire interview. So I'm gonna have to show you the transcript to complete the rest of it. And partial was on Laura Coates's TikTok. I'm gonna have to play it because that's crucial information that was said.
Christine, how are you and your family holding up? Christine, how are you and your family holding up?
A lot of praying, a lot of just leaning on each other in this moment and just taking it day by day. That's really all we can do right now. It's been hard. Every day is different. And really every second is different, which is something people need to understand. Grief is not one emotion, right? It's multiple emotions and they're all happening at the same time. And so it's just like 1 minute I can be I can be okay like this and I can talk about it. And then the next minute I'm breaking down in tears because it's a constant reminder, because if I'm being honest, we really just have not had time to fully grieve with everything that's going on.
This is your baby and everyone must understand that. And just day by day, have you been hearing anything from investigators?
No, the last time I spoke with an investigator, it was Major Smith, and I had reached out to him via text message. That was last Tuesday. Other than that, I have not spoken with anyone.
That is
and no
agonizing.
one has reached out.
That is shocking, first of all, but also agonizing to think that has been that much time having passed. I mean, Javon, I want to come to you because you're his friend. You were on the island on the 4th. You were on a different boat. Do you recall seeing him at all that day?
Yes, ma'am. I did see him when I was out there on the island.
Can you tell me what you saw? Does anything seem strange to you about the difference that people are saying of how he was separated from the group?
No, ma'am. I don't think that Nolan would say, "Hey, bro, I'm staying with this girl on the island. Y'all go ahead and go back," without even bringing it, like not even asking to get his phone back. You know what I mean? I don't think that any of that.
What makes you so sure about that? Because I mean, obviously you've been with him, you've spent a lot of time with him. Did you know him to be someone to leave his phone or even say, "You guys go without me"?
Never. I've never known Nolan to stay back while his friends leave. He's always been a guy where if he rode with you, he's going to come back with you. That's always how he's been every single time.
You know, this friend of his, Trayston, also told ABC that video people have been talking about that was said to show some sort of altercation, it did not involve Nolan. He says it was actually him yelling in the video and that you and a family.
And by the way, this Tristan guy, we're going to get into this. This Tristan guy was, he's the one, I believe, that's trying to steer the narrative. And I'm going to explain why in a second.
Remember, we're holding him back because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. We were calming Trayston down. In that video where he said, "Give me my effing phone back," it sounds like him. So I'm pretty sure that he was right on that. But
Javon, I'm so sorry to think about what you must be going through and thinking about what's happened to Nolan. I mean, you mentioned a phone. Tashima, a huge question
here we go.
Many people have is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, "Hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys?" I said, "Well, Javon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown," which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, "Well, Nolan hasn't been." So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Javon. Javon said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, "What?"
I want y'all to understand that this is the first time that we actually are hearing Javon's, or Javon, no, his name, no, it's Jalen and Javon, right? This is Javon's mother. This is our first time actually hearing her. So listen to what she says closely, because she's the one that went to go get it. So don't let this skip. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that you heard what she said too, but don't let this skip past you. This is important. This happened a couple hours ago.
"Are y'all serious?" It was like, "Yes." And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, "Nolan has not been heard from since he left the island." So Javon was like, "Well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then." Again, everybody goes their separate ways. So I then hang up from Javon because obviously there's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I call. He didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said Jalen is.
Now they retracted his name from the transcript. I'm gonna show you the transcript as well. But she said the name right here. I don't know. He could be a minor. I'm not exactly sure why they did that.
In the gas station.
Or redacted, not retracted.
He said, "Hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone." So I was like, Jalen, like, "What's up, Mom? What's going on?" I was like, "Hey, have y'all heard from Nolan?" They said, "No, we have not heard from Nolan."
But where was the phone?
So I was like, "Well, if you
give me a second."
Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place.
See, now this is important. That place says, like how the mother said, okay, a place. This is somebody's house. And I don't know why they're not telling everybody this, but this has to be inside of the investigation of where they retrieved these two things from. Keep in mind, the keys were not at the same spot. The keys were at a different spot. The father went to go get the keys. And remember, it was that girl. And watch what she about to say closely, because this how you know witness number one that came forward was accurate. And based off of, hold on, witness number, wait, damn, now I'm getting them confused. Both of the witnesses that came forward were females, by the way, that we know of, that came forward publicly, that we know of, that didn't show their face and only gave like a false name, right? 2, now, some of y'all are going to say that the mother didn't speak with the other one that got on Facebook and created a whole new Facebook account and was trying to hide behind a Facebook account. But she was the one that pointed out the picture on Evans, I believe his name is Evans. Yeah, Evan Knowles' Instagram and Threads. She was the one that pointed out the pool party picture. Now, the problem is that everybody's saying that was fake, and it wasn't. And they were trying to say that she was fake, and she wasn't. Even though her account was brand new, this person was hiding behind another account, not trying to reveal their. And I ain't gonna lie, they should do that for their protection, especially if they trying to point us to something that we didn't see. Because she is the reason why we saw the pool picture party. Straight up. She's the reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known that. Let's let that be known. Y'all keep forgetting that, yeah, y'all gonna get on her and say this a false account, blah, 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 blah. I get it. But we would not have known about that pool party picture. And then right after that is when that boy came out. Keep in mind, Tristan, or whatever his name is, we're gonna get into that, where he spoke with Rolling Stone and came out and said that that picture, that pool party, took place in June based off of his friend's testimony, not his. And that's what y'all need to understand. So that means that's a third party. So he's speaking for someone. Keep that in mind. That's somebody there to stir the narrative, not tell the truth, because that's complete speculation. And then they turned around and said that Rolling Stone verified the metadata and said that, oh, it came back June 20-something. And never put out how they found that out. They never disclosed that. And I was like, wait a minute, you can buy an article and they can, depending on how much you spend, they can spend. Okay? They can spend. And I was like, let me keep that in the back of my mind. So his whole story is questionable. And I'm gonna show you another reason why his story is questionable here in a second. Wait a minute.
And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like it was, I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back. Listen to when she arrived, what she discovered.
So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like it was, I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one there. But it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Stop. Where did we hear this before? They were all at one spot for 4 hours. Who was the first person? It was the girl Alexis. The girl Alexis said all of this before any of this was out. Y'all got to peep this. Peep game. Alexis said this. And she also said she was the one that said that they got caught cleaning out the boat super late at night. And keep in mind, the pool picture was done at night. Now, I'm not going to lie. When I did my metadata research on that photo myself, it came back that it was taken. Hold on, let me read it verbatim. And this can still be a mistake. This is not fully accurate because it's based off of when it was uploaded. Okay? When it was uploaded, I did the metadata on that. But if I had access to the original, meaning what's in his phone, then I could check the metadata. And that's another reason why Rolling Stone is lying, because they never had the original. In order for you to check the original metadata of the original photo, when it was taken, you got to have the original photo. And for you to try to take this down and try to find the original metadata, you lying, because you can only find out when it was posted. Like, that's how I know they lying, bro. And I don't like that part. Like, they act like people don't know what they doing when it comes to metadata researching. And that's bullshit. I have proof of that. I can prove that. That's not slander. That's not speculation. That's Dane Calloway guaranteeing straight up that I have the metadata my goddamn self, and they lied. I'm going to tell you what time that picture was taken. Exactly. I remember the time period was 3:18 p.m. Central Time. Hold up. I'm scrolling back on my notes. Wait a minute. Yeah, because that's extremely important. Okay, here we go. All right, right. And I came here. Hold on. Right. Okay, so 3:18 p.m. Central Time. 3:18 p.m. Central Time. And I used the EXIF data. The EXIF data. If people know what I'm talking about, they know what I'm talking about. Okay, but this is how you could track down the metadata. Like, you got to be, into that stuff to understand what I'm referring to. But anyway, I have that. And that's based off of Evan's account. So Rolling Stone is lying. Rolling Stone is lying straight up. Because how did they get that without the original? You can't make a determination of where it originally took place. Okay, hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying. The boy Tristan said that it happened in June 27th or June 22nd. Rolling Stone also said in that same article, hold on, let me pull it up so y'all can understand where I'm coming from. Let me pull it up. We're going to get back to this, but all of this is important. This is extremely important. But this witness he might have been there, which makes it even more questionable, in my opinion. But hold on, let me make sure I can see it, because I know y'all can see it. Hold on, I can't see it yet. 1 second. Okay. Hold on, now I gotta try to. Okay. This is the friend. What's his name? This is the Rolling Stone. Y'all can see that this is Rolling Stone Shepherd, right? His first name, Tristan Shepherd. This person, not saying that he wasn't there. I'm not saying that he wasn't there. But what I'm saying is that he wasn't at this pool party. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, let me explain that. But he did admit that he was in that video yelling. He's saying that was him. Yeah, that's me yelling. My exact wording was, "Get me off this effing boat. I wanted to fight and I felt like I had it, blah, 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 blah." Let's just say that that's true. And that is true because that was verified by Javon, or Nolan's best friend that we was just watching. That's verified. But what's not verified, and they did not bring this back up, was that pool party. And I want y'all to understand that. They didn't bring that pool party picture up. I believe because they're investigating that right now. They're investigating everybody that's in that picture. Because that boy hurried up and took that down. But hold on, let me I'm jumping ahead. So he said, making headlines. Okay, there's been a considered discussion. Wait, where does he say that at? Okay, and wanted to go to fight dude once. Grainy video quickly went viral. Blah, 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 blah. He talking about the video. All right, and then, okay, Javon, that's the guy's name. All right, hold on, Javon. That's the boy's name that we're watching right now. Give me the freaking phone, blah, blah, blah. Altercation trying to calm down. All right, hold on. Hold on. Okay, the reason why he said that he came forward is because he's tired of the speculation of not being able to. I'm tired of speculation of not being able to talk. It's time for somebody to start speaking up, Shepard says. I'm not just hurting because of Nolan. I'm also hurting because I call my friends and you can hear it in their voice that they are terrified of what these people will do to them. It's gone completely way too far. Keep in mind, he don't know. He don't know. Wait. Hold on, bro. No. Hold on. Where's that one? Hold on. I gotta get that. That's important. Here we go. This is it. My apologies, y'all. Nah, here you go. This is the Rolling Stone article. My apologies. That was the follow-up. So he said that, but in reality, the photo was taken the Saturday prior on June 27th, okay, at 11:58 p.m. Now, Rolling Stone, which is odd, is that they saying, hold on. Wait, did they take that down? Wait. Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, a separate person provide. Okay, listen to this. Treston Shepard, a close friend of Wells, confirmed that the pool party photograph was taken on Saturday, June 27th. He can't confirm nothing. He wasn't even at the pool party. A separate person provided Rolling Stone with metadata from the pool party photo, as well as similar group photos taken that night. Keep in mind, we need to know who the Rolling Stone, this is how you know this article was paid for. That's so critical. Who gave you that information? You could have followed up and we passed this along to Ben Crump so he can understand that this photo was taken in June. Here's the metadata. We cross-referenced this. No. You hurried up and said a few things and kept it pushing. That's questionable. This part right here is questionable because you got an alleged independent person. It said a separate person provided Rolling Stone with metadata, so y'all didn't even investigate. And he wasn't even the person that had the picture. He wasn't even the person that took the picture. And who's the separate person that provided the metadata? Later on, it came out and said that it was an independent journalist that did it. They never disclosed the independent journalist's name. But I'm an independent journalist myself. Verified, certified journalist. Media pass. All that. I could do the same thing. I could pull metadata as well. And I know for a fact that you cannot pull metadata from June nothing unless you got the original of the photo. For example, if Evan took the picture, then you got the metadata. If Evan did not take the picture, what I mean by that is if that's who they referring to, Evan is the only person. So we can only trace off what he posted on Instagram, and all that stuff is public on Instagram. You can look at the metadata. I don't know if y'all know that, but if you snapping pictures on your iPhone or Android, it doesn't matter. Metadata is saved onto that phone, and when you upload it to Facebook or anything on social media, the metadata is collected. And that metadata can be accessed by the public. This is not cap. You can ask ChatGPT that if you want to. Like, this is the truth. Ask Google, whoever you gonna ask, whatever AI you want to use right there. This is not a game. That metadata can be accessed. Especially when you don't got that turned off properly. Not just but with the one button, you got to do it in the background. Otherwise, it's still going to be stamped. It don't matter. So that photo was stamped. Okay? And I know that. And I know all of them. If I know that, all of them know that. So they're lying about that photo. And I don't like that. They're lying about the date and time of that photo. I don't like that. And another thing, and we're going to go into this, is that same person, Evelyn Noel, removed just that photo from his threads. Correction. He removed it from his Instagram. Now he got it set with whatever he posts on his Instagram, post on Threads. I think I got that set up the same way. No, I don't. Matter of fact, I don't. I choose what I want to post on Threads. I choose what I want to go to Facebook. But he forgot because he basically tried to switch it up on Instagram. Once people was commenting up under that picture on his Instagram, once that girl alerted us about that picture, saying that was Nolan in that picture, keep in mind what was real good is the fact that he acknowledged that was Nolan. This whole article is acknowledging that that's Nolan. Technically, if you really look at it, it's not saying that it's not Nolan. And there was people everywhere saying that this picture was AI. This picture not right. That's not bottles in the back or cans of beer. They were trying to say that this was fake. And I was like, hold on, how can y'all determine that right off? Like, hold on, take your time. Wait a minute, look at the sources. Now, this is what I did. Hold on, hold on, let me come back to this. Because I knew I was about to get into that. Because I was about to show you. Let me finish the video. Hold on. Let me finish the video. I want you to hear what his mother is saying. His mother is so critical right here.
A lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to.
Listen. This is our first time hearing that. She said,
did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me.
Christine,
so when they brought the phone back.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dashima. I want to hear that.
When they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl's going to get the phone.
And then it cut off. Now that was on, hold on, I got the rest because that was so important. I got the rest. And I was so mad that they pushed this episode over to Prime Video for you to see the rest of this. Nah, let me not call it BS. For you to see. I'm just upset, y'all. Hold on. Excuse me. Hold on. Let me calm down. It's not BS. It's not BS. But, oh my God, did she not just give us another one right there? She dropped it. She straight up said that Wyatt said it was in his truck. What is his phone doing in his truck? Remember, they said the phone was on the boat. But now when she got there, she's saying that he said it was in his truck and made a girl go get it. Why? Hold on. So now, this is the transcript of the rest of that interview. Hold on, let me zoom in. This is the transcript of the rest of that interview. So y'all don't know, I know some of y'all may not know about this, about grabbing transcripts, because if they do a segment on the news, and you can't find it, go find the transcript, because the majority of that stuff is going to be made public because they got to do that for closed captioning. So that's why you're going to see things like beginning video clip, end video clip. You're going to see things like commercial. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. Beginning, okay. You gonna see what I'm saying? Like it's in timestamps, commercial break, stuff like that. Okay, so this is the real transcript, and that actually happened at the end of this episode. So I had to scroll all the way down and come all the way back up to where she was talking about their incident. She said, okay. It's a down effing phone back. Hold on. Christian called me and told me where the boys are. Okay, here we go. She said, okay, Nolan. So I instantly called. All right, here we go. Haven't seen him, you know. Again, everybody goes their separate ways. Hold on, we got to that. Okay, what about the phone? I'm not familiar with all the kids. Here we go. But it showed that the phone is, hold on. Oh yeah, she's saying where it showed. Took about 15 minutes to get to the phone. Here we go. I'm sorry, go ahead, Toshima. I want to hear that. When they brought me the phone, after I asked something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. Well, she's going to get it. Keep in mind, she said Wyatt right here. So I just want that to be known really quick, because it took so long when I said it was, when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. So she did say that, according to the transcript. She said that Wyatt said that it was in his truck. This is our first time ever hearing that. It took him so long to get the phone back to me. So that sound like, I don't know if they were prolonging to hurry up to delete stuff then, or they hurried up and out. First of all, how you getting his phone? We need to know what type of phone that was, because the majority of us, all of us, got some type of locking mechanism on our phone right now. Whether if it's the facial recognition, the fingerprint method, the password method, all of us got a way for us to have our phone locked once the screen goes black. Very rarely do you see somebody with their screen on 24/7, where the screen never goes to sleep. Yes, you could put that setting on, but I doubt very seriously that teenagers would do that. One. Two, she kept going. So when they brought the phone back, I'm sorry, go ahead. Okay, we said that. They brought the phone back after he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl is going to get the phone. So I'm assuming, I don't want to say the wrong name because I don't know these kids' names. Sure. And I know how I feel about my child. But one of the girls at the house, I'm pretty sure it was Katie. Her name was Katie Diaz or something like that. She brought me the phone. Wyatt, it's in his truck. And Katie, now hold on, y'all. Hold on. We don't know if this is the same Katie. I know how you gonna feel right here. We don't know if that's I don't think it's the same girl that Nolan allegedly stayed back for. They trying to say that he stayed back with her. Meanwhile, she was saying, nah, he didn't stay back at all. He left with him. I mean, left with his friends. At least she thought. She thought nothing of it. He was about to leave. She left. He left. The last time she made contact with him, he was supposed to go back with his boys. The last time she made contact with him, whatever they had going on, completed. Whatever it was, when he visited her, because that's the terminology that they used, was visited. So that just, in my mind, if I'm going to go visit a girl, we're going to be doing more than Netflix and chilling. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I'm not saying that it did. But I'm just saying, if I'm visiting, then okay, we spend some time. After I'm dealing with her, finish with her, okay, I'm going to catch up with you later. Where you going? Oh, no, I'm going back with the boys I came with. Now, the boys that he came with said they was trying to get him to come on a boat around 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. I'm going to show y'all. Hold on. I got to do this, y'all. Hold on. I got to do this. You're going to see me jump around for a second, okay? Because I got to show you what Warren's mother said on Facebook. Warren's mother DM'd Warren, last name is Hudson. Warren's mother DM'd a guy named Boogie Lowdown on Facebook. Boogie Lowdown was, and this was early. This was before the body was discovered, by the way. Okay? This was before the body was discovered. the next day, by the way. I don't know what Boogie said. I think she gonna mention it, but it pissed her off, to say something to him in his DM on Facebook. This is real. This is not made up. This is his mama. And she mistakenly said roll down. She go correct herself too. I got all of them. Good evening, Mr. Roll Down. I am Warren's mother, the woman you have been talking about on Facebook and posting pictures of our family. I am here to tell you that we all, Nolan, and you are all deeply distraught. Your information is not correct, and I ask you to please stop posting about Warren and our family. My son did not ride out with him, nor did he come back with him. Critical information. The boat that Nolan was supposed to get on, Wyatt boat. Listen, the boat that Nolan was supposed to get on, Wyatt boat. Things pointing at Wyatt. Too many things. Wyatt had the phone in his truck. She over here saying, Nolan was supposed to go on Wyatt boat. Something is wrong. He repeatedly asked Nolan, hold on, let me go to the next. Because these are screenshots, so. Okay, he repeatedly asked Nolan to get one boat at 5. Listen to the timeline. Now, don't forget that they said that the incident of them arguing, or whoever Tristan was arguing, happened at 4. This happened at 5, according to her. Now, this is Warren's mother. He repeatedly asked Nolan to get on one boat at 5 when it was time to leave. But Nolan wanted to stay with the girl, and their boat was parked next to his. He was insistent about staying with this girl. Wyatt asked him, look, she putting it on Wyatt. Wyatt asked him several times to please get on the boat, and people heard him. My son, her son, is Warren Hudson, loves him, and would never in 1 million years leave him with Warren. Leave him. Let me know. I apologize how that sound. She said her son loves him and would never leave in 1 million years. Never, and would never in 1 million years leave him. Right? Warren does not even have a boat. Nolan has been our house several times, and he is the sweetest friend. We all adore him. Again, when Wyatt asked for him to get on, he said he wanted to stay, and Wyatt's boat started to fill with water. His boat ended up breaking down and was towed in. Now, this is important also, because anytime a boat, when this happens, the Coast Guard know. Because how they gonna get rescued? I'm gonna let that sink in. No. That sink. Let it in. Everything is gonna be logged. If they needed assistance, the boat breaking down, that's logged. Look how they skipped past this. I have a boat. Many people could tell you, well, okay, they should have came out and said, no, I was the one that towed the boat. If that was the case, who towed the boat? His boat ended up breaking down and was towed in. By who? She said, I don't know this girl and wanted to stay with. I don't know this girl that he wanted to stay with. I can just tell you, though, my son had nothing to do with it in any way, shape, or form. Nothing to do with what? Nothing to do with what? By this time, he was still missing. The fact that he's nothing to do with what? The fact that he's missing? You notice something happened? Again, I don't know this girl that he wanted to stay with. I could just tell you, though, my son had nothing to do with it in any way, shape, or form. A matter of fact, he was the first person that noticed he was missing. Listen. He was the first person that noticed he was missing when they got back to their friend's house and called his mother, the Coast Guard, and the sheriff's office. Wait, how you know that he missing if he didn't come back with y'all? How was your son the first person that ain't had no boat? He going back on a different boat. How was he the first person to notice that Nolan was missing? $5 p.m., they leaving. How did he know that he was the first person? How did Warren know? Warren is very responsible and always is keeping up with everyone else. Then she continues on. Responsible, keeping up with everyone else. He was not on the boat again. He was not on the boat. Wait, so how did Warren get back? Because you're saying that he wasn't on Wyatt's boat. Are you saying that something happened on Wyatt's boat? Because what are you saying? Because you just said Wyatt was leaving. And Warren went back on another boat. So on what boat are you referring to? He was not on the boat. Again, what boat? You heard him say that he wanted to stay. So what makes you think that he was missing? If, according to your son, Wyatt was trying to get him to leave with him, he had ended up leaving. And then Wyatt had trouble. Wait, was it their boat that helped Wyatt's boat? That could have been the case too, but that wasn't said by the mother. Who helped them? Other witnesses were saying around that 5 p.m. time, they saw a boat flying back to the mainland. Flying. Y'all gonna see them articles. I'm not playing. Those articles are floating around. People around that time when that first video came out about somebody arguing, witnesses was coming out saying that they did see a boat flying back to the mainland. Now she said, he was not on the boat. Please stop hurting us. My son is beside himself. I've never seen him act like this before, and I ask you to please stop the blame. This is not the boy's fault. This is not the boy's fault. Not my boy's fault. The boy's fault. Okay? Nolan wanted to stay with this girl and was insistent. I asked you to take my picture down off of your wall and my son. I brought my other son out there and I saw my son Warren briefly and took a picture that we were not out there with them longer than like 10 minutes. Okay? I don't know how you're trying to link it all together, but I am just Warren's mom and I love Nolan very much. He comes to my house several times and I'm so sad. Please keep this down. And please keep this down. Yeah, not take this down. Please keep this down and look for this on prayers finding him. Please keep this down and look for this on prayers finding him. Then she said, I meant low down, not roll down. Then she continued. She said, also, I want to let you know this whole day we have been looking for him. It has been devastating. I don't even know any of this was being said. I had friends with taking pictures of these messages. I'm going to get off of social media. I was advised, as this is very destructive. I was advised that could possibly mean that she got counsel. I just asked you please take it down, as I don't want, now she's saying take it down, as I don't want us to get any more messages about this. Shout out to Boogie Lowdown. So that was the first and last time we heard from her. From Katie Hudson, which is Warren Hudson's mother. The other is Wyatt. Now, Wyatt, isn't he the son of a judge? Am I right, y'all? Okay. This lady put it back on Wyatt. And you just saw that. Said it was Wyatt boat. Now, if that's the case, if it's Wyatt's boat, then let me pull something up. Because the father said that he knows that his son, always followed by him saying that whoever you came there with, you leave back with. He said he's that type of person. He's obedient. He follows instructions by his father. And he told him also not to be messing with one girl, because there's plenty of women. I tell that to my sons all the time. So I know he ain't lying. And my son is 17. My older son. It don't matter. I don't care what she look like. There's plenty of fish in the sea. That is it. I'm talking about no reason for you to put yourself in a dangerous position for somebody you just met. And that's another thing. You know, I'm playing around saying that he tapped that, but he just met her. That's not a guarantee that actually happened, because he just met her. I'm not saying there ain't no ones out there that would do it right then and there. There's plenty of people out there, that women that will do that right there on the spot. But we don't know that, because based off of her testimony from her sister and her mother, McCormick is her last name. I believe Katie is her first name too. She was finished with him already. She had already left. And witness one, Alexa, said that girl got picked up by her brothers. The first witness, I think, was on point so far. Hold on. That's the judge. But that's not what I'm looking for. Give me 1 second. I'm looking for a specific. Is this it? Yeah, this it. This it. Okay, look at this picture. Would it be hard to tell what boat they on based off of this right here, y'all? It's like a teal-ish color, maybe blue, teal bluish top, whatever this is called. You see what I'm saying? I don't understand why this photo right here could determine what boat. And then that same boat, and that this is what's questionable because of this part right here. On Evan's Instagram. Where is it at? Yeah, okay, here we go. This part right here, now I can't determine whose boat this is because apparently, according to Warren's mother, it was more than one boat. But this picture right here was on his Instagram. I don't know if y'all saw all these pictures. It was this one. It was that one. Then this one. That looked like a boat. We've seen these people before. Then this one. Then this one. They definitely in the water. This was all one post. You could tell this ain't no joke because it's high quality. And this is the same group of pictures, like the slide, where the pool party picture, well, we calling it a pool party, but that picture was taken. It was within this group of pictures, within this slideshow, like. Almost like this is the same pool. I don't know that, though. I don't know that. Because it would have to be turned around in order for us to see that basketball court. That could be somebody's backyard. I don't know. I don't know. But it almost looked like that same pool because of I want to say because of how it's designed, how it looks, and the color of the water. It looked the same, but it may not be. It may not be. But again, it was associated with the same exact. Let me show y'all. Let me show you the screen record. This was the screen record of it. This is not my screen record. This is what I saw. So you can see the person going from threads, and you see the picture. Okay, so this is showing you. Let me play it again. Showing you that it's on the gram. Same pictures I just showed you. And that picture wasn't there, but when you flip to his threads and it say summer 26, that picture is there. He forgot to take it down. Okay? Now, this is authentic. This is not a game. This is true. This is true. Now, some of y'all may say, nah, Dane, he took that picture down because, you know, it was too many people coming at him in the comments. But I ain't gonna lie. That makes it hot for him to take down that one picture. Not gonna lie. He didn't take down the whole post. He took down that one picture off of his Instagram first, but forgot that it was still on his Evan Knows threads. That's hot. And then as soon as people pointed that out, they screen recorded it. Then he took that whole post down and made his Instagram private. That's alarming. Especially when you posted this at a time where they were investigating Nolan missing. They were investigating that Nolan was missing at that time. I can't tell you if that's Nolan. They said that was Nolan. They were saying, yeah, that's Nolan, but that ain't the day it was happening. How do you know that? My side, the metadata was was July. Now I got to pull that back up. On that picture, one second. It was taken on July 5th at 3:18 p.m. Central Time. July 5th, 3:18 p.m. Central Time. And that's going off of Facebook or Meta's, identifiers. You could do this yourself. They got index codes on each and every photo. I would have to, that's going to be a whole video for me to walk you through how you could grab that. But there's index codes on each photo that tell you the metadata of videos and photos. And to be exact, 3:18:32. To be exact, 3:18:32 p.m. Central Time. But Rolling Stone, and I showed you that Rolling Stone came out and said they not even, and that's what's crazy. They not even disclosing how they did that. They just want you to believe it. Our friend group had been planning to go to this party way before June 27th, before it took place. Says Shepard, who didn't end up going because he'd been working all day and had church the next morning. But Shepard says he knows Wells and other friends went to the party and identified them in the photo. So that is Nolan. Shepard says a friend of his posted the picture as part of a photo dump of recent events, but deleted it once social media rumors around Wells' death began to spread. That's cap. He started deleting it that same day that this article came out. Correction. He deleted it on the 12th. It was the 12th. Because yesterday was the 13th. So he deleted it on the 12th. The article comes on the 13th. And they immediately got the metadata. To the original photo? No, they don't. No, they do not. He wasn't, this boy right here wasn't in Nolan's life like how you would think. Yeah, he may know the people there, but he don't know when exactly it happened. That's complete speculation. There's no proof of this. He's just giving a statement. That don't make it true. So when people say, nah, that picture was back in June, that's not verified. Just because Rolling Stone said it. I agree. But that makes it even more reason why we don't know when it was taken, because that's not the original photo. We can just go off of when it was uploaded. We don't know if that's what I'm telling y'all. We don't know who took the original photo. Evan just posted it. And when he posted all of those pictures, it was that afternoon on the 5th. And that's what came back as the metadata. 3/18/32. Y'all got to pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the event took place at 3/18/32. I'm telling you what the metadata came back and said when it was posted. That's not the original photo. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen closely. That's not the original photo. So they can't tell you the original metadata. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They can't tell you when this took place. They can only tell you when it was posted unless they have the original. Are you listening to what I'm saying? They have to have the original photo of the person that took the photo. They have to have that in order to verify the metadata of that photo. If they don't have that, they don't have the original metadata of the photo, straight up. And again, when I looked up the metadata of that photo, it was posted July 5th, 3:18 p.m., 32 seconds, Central Time. Verified, confirmed. Not saying that the incident took place at 3:18. I never said that at all. Don't twist it. Do not twist it, okay? Please listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the incident in the picture, clearly we see it's nighttime. Clearly. And I know at 3:18 in Mississippi, the sun out. I'm pretty sure it is. It should be. Just like everybody else it will be, unless there's a storm happening. No, I'm talking about when it was posted on his account. And it was edited. It was posted on the 5th, edited on the 6th. We got the tag on that. And then he took it fully down on the 12th. He made his account private on the 12th. So are we clear on that? Before we move any further, this boy right here, I'm not saying that he wasn't the one that was, arguing. He could have been the one that was arguing. But I'm going to tell you right now, this June 27th, 11:58 p.m., how? When you don't have the original photo? Rolling Stone? If you did, you would have said that. The Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office stressed the importance of submitting original, unedited photos as tips for the investigation. Oh, let's not give it to the police. Let's give the original to Rolling Stone? No. And y'all fought right for that. And what I'm going to play for y'all is the mother acknowledging that she don't even know who this boy is. No, the FBI did not step in. Don't listen. Listen, that's the sheriff saying that he got the FBI involved to help them. That doesn't mean that the FBI took over the case. This is not federal. You got to understand what's real and what's speculation. What's real is that no, the FBI did not step in. This is not an FBI investigation. It's not federal. Law enforcement can hire the FBI for certain things to get done. Forensics, whatever it is. They want to get some digital. Oh, this is another reason why they would have to get the FBI. Because if they want to get digital records off of people's phones, like, for example, all that information that they deleted off of Nolan Wells' cell phone can be retrieved, but that has to be federal. They have to federalize that. Yes, that's when FBI will assist. But no, the FBI did not take over the investigation. This is still being investigated by their sheriff's department, Jackson County Sheriff's Department. The same people. Jackson County Sheriffs. Same people. They still investigating. Is it a good sign that they got some parts of it FBI? Yes, I guess so. You know, it depends on what they discover. But I just hoping that they not half-assing. I'm hoping that they actually doing their job and doing an investigation on what took place. But it is a good, when I hear that they got the FBI involved, is only for that reason. Is for not the FBI took over. The FBI did not take over the investigation. I'm gonna say this again. This is not a federal investigation. Now, what I wanted to say is, hold on. I wanted to go back to where they say. I want to go back to that because I see some bots in the chat. And I want to make sure we clear on this part before I move any further. Trayston Shepard, a close friend of Wells. Keep in mind, he was not a close friend of Wells. That's according to his own mother. Just because you know of me don't mean we close. That was according to his own mother. I'm going to play that. Confirmed that the pool party photograph was taken Saturday, June 27th. A separate person provided Rolling Stone with metadata from the pool party photo as well as similar group photos taken that night. You gonna believe that? We don't see no evidence. That part alone is questionable. We handed the information that we found down to Ben Crump so he could know, no, that picture is not that same night. No, that picture has been verified that it was taken on June 27th. You don't see them saying that? If you really want to solve the problem, why are you not mentioning that? You want to solve the murder mystery. I mean, whatever, the mystery of his death. However you want to, call it. You're not going to pass it down to nobody? You got alleged metadata. You can't see shit, so we're going to take their word for it. That's you giving the legacy media credit. Just because they've been around longer than, let's say, me. That don't make what they say the truth. No evidence. No nothing. This is what they said. This is complete speculation. We don't got no evidence of this shit. None. And you running with it. And you the fool for running with it. A separate person. We don't know who this separate person is. We can't scrutinize this metadata. We can't trace back this alleged metadata. Silly. Take off the tinfoil hat and put on a crown. Start thinking above what they hide in the clouds. Let's move along. And again, as I'm pulling this up, let's be clear that the time period that I gave you is the time period of the exact same photo that was uploaded. I'm talking about the metadata. The metadata of that photo says July 5th, 3:18 p.m. 32 seconds Central Time. That is the metadata. Verified, confirmed. Anybody can pull this up. You get the index on Instagram. And look, and I'm telling you the time that he posted it on Instagram. The time that he posted it on Threads, July 5th, 3:18:44 p.m. If I could get it, you could get it. You don't have to believe me. All of them photos that you posted on Instagram and TikTok and all the rest of them is stamped with metadata, and that metadata is public, and you can pull that down. Look out for them index codes inside them identifiers. Post identifiers. Look it up. It ain't hard. They use the same ones. That's how they can easily track it on their server. Everything is stored, even when it's made public and even when it's made private. So he did not post it around 2:30 or 2:53, as some people say it, in the morning. That's not true. He posted it in the afternoon. That's not to say that the picture was taken that day. They're trying to say that the photo was taken on June 27th and did not show you a drop of evidence. So not only do they want you to listen to some random person to try to make him, violent because he was the one that was doing the argument. And keep in mind, they also said it was more than one argument or more than one fight. So as a distraction, let's put him out there. No, we tired of the misinformation going around. All of them are saying that, by the way. There's misinformation going around. And they got to understand that that's how the internet is now. It's going to be a lot of misinformation going around. They tried to say that I was married to a white woman. They tried to say that I bleached my skin. That don't make that true. I did not bleach my skin. I did not marry no white woman. Like these dummies, I got a whole light right here. And you can't see the light shining on my face? And if I make it brighter, it's going to be brightening in my face? Stupid ass. Nah, man, he put some makeup on. Y'all look so fucking dumb. All right. So while we on the topic of this pool party picture, the pool party picture was also mentioned by somebody that they tried to hurry up and discredit quickly. The rumor was this was AI, blah, 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 blah. And come to find out it wasn't. The picture is legit. The picture is real. And just because Rolling Stone said a separate person provided Rolling Stone the metadata to this photo does not mean that they have the metadata to the original photo. They didn't come out and say that Evan took that photo, did they? Man, because you know how it is. Somebody else could have took that photo and just sent it to Evan. I didn't say that it's Evan's photo, but it's on Evan's account. He the only one that posted it. Then he the only one. Block everybody that's saying that that picture is June 27th, June 28th. Block all of those bots. You want to act stupid, you getting out my chat. You better shut the fuck up, straighten up, and fly right. I don't got time to be playing with somebody else's child. You don't like what the fuck I said? Get the fuck out. You know how many YouTubers it is on YouTube? Go play with somebody else. You ain't gonna play with me. You ain't gonna try and maneuver what I'm saying into your liking. I'm not here to make you like me, nigga. And I ain't here to be controversial neither. I'm telling you how it is, and you telling it how it might be. Two different things. And until they prove that they showed the metadata or got the metadata of the original photo, all of that shit is speculation out the window. And the mother says she don't know this nigga.
Who was with the 18-year-old the day he was...
I just know I've lost my best friend.
This morning, a friend of Nolan Wells, who was with the 18-year-old...
What was the hesitation?
I just know I've lost my best friend.
I just lost my best friend?
I just know I've lost my best friend.
This morning, a friend of Nolan Wells, who was with the 18-year-old the day he was last seen alive, is sharing what he says happened during a July 4th boat trip to an isolated barrier island off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Trayston Shepard declined to speak with us on camera because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan.
First of all, he's saying we, and we ain't see this nigga in none of the pictures. We ain't even know you. We ain't even know you. We don't see you in none of the pictures, cuz. What you mean we? Peep game.
Because he says he and his friends are getting threats.
We did no wrong here, and we don't understand how we're getting so much hate behind it. We all cared and loved Nolan, and nobody wanted to see Nolan die. Nobody wanted to see his life be taken so short.
Shepard addressed this viral video that investigators have been studying. Wells's parents worried it showed their son involved in a confrontation, but Shepard said that's him, not Wells.
That's the video I'm referring to. That's me yelling.
Shepard says he took a boat back from Horn Island in the late afternoon, but Wells stayed behind with a girl he had met.
They met that day, and it was kind of...
And I'm going to be honest with you. How he know that? He on a totally different boat. You ain't listening, are you? Type 13 if you listening. He on a totally different boat. How he know what all them people, and you know what Nolan about to do. You know what Nolan about to do. On a whole separate boat. See there? Just because he said best friend, what do people tell y'all about friends? But he know where Nolan going. He don't know where the phone and the keys at, but he know where Nolan going. He know that Nolan said he gonna stay back. When he in the whole argument over his girlfriend. How you worried about what Nolan doing and you being held back from trying to get off the boat to go get revenge on somebody that you was fighting? Over with with your girl. Your mind ain't on Nolan, nigga. You lying. You can't tell me that I'm wrong for critically thinking. You would be a fool to say that. And keep in mind, this part right here is just my assumptions. I'm not saying that this is true. But I know that you ain't gonna know with Nolan that when you can't even control your temper and you hyped up over some beers and you and your friend got into it over your girlfriend, you admitted that. You said that. So how you know where Nolan going? All right.
It's kind of one of those things. It did come off that day that he really did like her, but that was the only time they've ever hung out was at Horn.
How you know that? He did come off that day like he really did like her. Not that he said that. Where you getting all this information from and your mind ain't together? Where you get this from?
Island on July 4th.
Investigators believe Wells drowned and say there were no immediate signs of foul play. But there is growing frustration in the community, and his parents are skeptical, telling GMA Wells left his phone behind and they tracked it to one of his friends.
It was showing everywhere the phone had been, I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land.
The sheriff said the parents have not turned over the phone to investigators. Their lawyer said they will. While the investigation goes on, Trayston Shepard wants...
Hold on. Forget Trayston Shepard, because basically he just there to control the narrative. Let me show you what the mother said about him, though.
As communicated, he did offer his condolences, which we...
Hold on.
For the first time, because really a lot of folks who were there have been silent. We saw, people taking down their Facebook. It was almost an instant reaction that people went into to protect themselves. But Trayston Shepard described himself as Nolan's best friend. He gave an interview saying that he was the...
Look at the mother. Look at the mother.
Reaction that people went into to protect themselves. But Trayston Shepard described himself as Nolan's best friend. He gave an interview saying...
Immediately, you could tell she about to say, she about to shut this shit down. She got a problem with that. That is not his best friend. Type 13. I know all the friends my son's talking to. My son is 17. Her son is 18. I know the good buddies. I know the best friends. When you say a term like best friend, I'm supposed to know you. You can't say best friend just because we see each other at school. That's an associate, not a best friend. And Tristan said best friend. I just played that for you.
That he was the one who was yelling in one of the viral videos that people had been questioning and said that it wasn't Nolan in the video, that it was him, and that Nolan met a girl that day that he really liked, even though he'd never, interacted with this girl before. Her name was Katie. Have you spoken to Trayston since Nolan's passing, and how are you responding to his account of what happened?
So first of all, we don't know Trayston. We've never met him. So to say, best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch. We've never met.
Stop. I'm going to end that live stream right there. I got more to show. I'm not ending the live stream. Yes, the fuck I am. We gone. I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. I'm gone. Because y'all wasn't listening. It's like y'all wasn't paying attention. Like how you not hear what his mother just said? Keep in mind he's an 18-year-old. She know better. I know better. You gonna know who the best friend is. And then like he 21, moved out the house, and ain't that. Y'all tripping. And what you gonna say, the mother is wrong? The mother don't know what she talking about?
Then, since Nolan's passing,
I dare you to say that.
To his account of what happened.
So first of all, we don't know Tristan. We've never met him. So to say, best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch. We've never met him. He's never been to our home. Now, if you were to say that about Jalen or Javon, I would say absolutely. You could say that those are childhood friends, those are best friends, because they've been to our home. We know their family. We're close to, their mother. But this young man, I maybe high school, they started hanging out or, kind of been around each other. But again, we don't know him. And
stop. So his credibility is gone when it comes to knowing what Nolan was doing. In my opinion, he had his own thing going on. Number one, he on a whole separate another boat. Number two, why? Now I understand he coming forward to get the story straight about the fighting part with that video, but he extended his stay at the hotel by 3 more days. By telling y'all that picture was taken on that pool party picture was taken on June 27th. Nah, he wasn't there though. Nah, he didn't go. He couldn't make it. He had to go to church. And y'all gonna believe that? No, I'm talking about that mindset. When I say he's staying at he got extended stay. Your mindset, the hotel. He got an extended stay on your mind. Oh no, he credible, y'all. He the best friend. And everybody jump to it. Ain't looking to it. Ain't think nothing of it. He ain't want to show his face. Javon and his real friend showing his face. This is his second interview, by the way. This is his second interview. He came out on TMZ first, and then he just did CNN today with Nolan mother. And I showed y'all that. So now, we got some problems. Because at first they tried to tell Nolan's mother. Then he had on black shorts. Come to find out he had on blue. And when you look at the picture, this picture ain't ruled out now. This picture back in question. No, we're not talking about. Okay, we're not talking about the fight that happened. That altercation that was captured on camera happened at 4:00. What I just showed you was messages from Katie Hudson, which is Warren's mother, that actually got DM'd to somebody on Facebook the day before they found Nolan. And I read that to you. If you didn't hear about that, you got to rewind it back. Because that's the key. She was putting it all on what? And keep in mind, when I played the video that came out today of, hold on. Let me let you hear this part one more time.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the.
When Wyatt told me it was in his truck, Okay, and we got the transcript too. This is the transcript of that same interview. That's our first time hearing that it was in Wise's truck as far as the phone is concerned. Now, don't forget when the father gave his interview, when the father gave his interview, he indicated that the keys was at a separate house, and we need to know whose house that was, because that could have been Warren's. We don't know that, though. I don't know, because they're not disclosed. And he had a hard time getting the keys. And then there was a girl in that situation that had to let him know that the keys was on top of the Xbox. Don't forget, at first they couldn't find it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that may be Warren. I'm going to have to find that out, though, but that may be Warren, because the mother came out and said that he spends the night over there all the time and something like that inside of those messages, right? Oh, he would never do that. We need to know, and I'm sure they do know already, where Nolan's car. Nolan had a car, if y'all didn't know. Nolan had a car. So not only did he have keys to the house, he had keys to his car. His car was parked at somebody else's house, and he got on somebody else's boat that he usually gets on with to go to the island. Normal routine. But the phone and the keys was at two separate locations. That's a problem. We don't know. I mean, the parents know, but they not saying whose houses they recovered these items from, because I'm pretty sure that's a part of the investigation. And their sons are probably the reason why all lawyered up quickly. Because there's more to it. There's more to it. This was the sheriff right here.
Since Nolan Wells' body was found on Horn Island. As the country sits and waits for the investigations to conclude, many questions are still left to be answered. Today I spoke with Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter on where the investigations stand.
This is the sheriff right here.
Speculation continues as to what happened to 18-year-old Nolan Wells over Independence Day weekend. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter met with WLOX to give what updates he could. However, considering
this investigation is active, it's ongoing,
he wasn't able to confirm much. Ledbetter did confirm that interviews have been conducted with witnesses, and the department has been in contact with other departments and agencies, including the FBI.
Has been in contact with other departments and agencies, including the FBI. So people thinking that it went to the FBI, stop saying that. That's not accurate.
The investigation has benefited from information brought by the community.
This recent week, we've got a lot of valuable information that has come from the public. We put out a call to action last week for that information, and it has been very productive for us.
Many are preparing for the return of Wells' autopsy. However, toxicology testing is conducted by outside laboratories, and the analysis and review process can take several weeks. A spokesperson for the Mississippi Department of Public Safety states every case is unique and deserves a thorough review. Therefore, cases cannot all be handled the same way or in the same timeline. While theories circle social media, those who are close to Nolan are still waiting for closure, as one friend spoke in an ABC interview.
I think everybody needs to let the investigation continue and let the facts be shown. And if the fact shows that somebody harmed Nolan, I hope that there is justice brought. And if it was a tragic accident and somebody didn't speak up, I still hope justice is brought.
Now, in Shepard's defense, based off of his statement right there, Shepard doesn't know neither. Shepard's not ruling out the Two. Are we there? We back? Type 13 if you can hear me, y'all. My fault, chat. We good? No. We should be back. We should be back. Type 13. Okay, y'all can hear me? Okay. Y'all see what happened. Y'all see what happens. Do I have to say anything? Y'all see what happens. It never fails. They give me a little warning when I'm going too far. They do that. And then when I go too far, you know what happened. Look, it never fails. It never fails. I'm not going to lie. I said a lot so far. So do not rule out, and I'm going to continue to speak no matter what. I'm not scared of you pussies. It ain't over. It's not over. I'm over here sweating. That's how hot I am. So, okay, more evidence has to come forward, and I'm sure it will. We can't rule nothing out. We can't rule that pool party out. That pool party has not been ruled out. Not even by the mother, by the way. Not even by the mother. Keep in mind, the mother had endless interviews today. Nolan's mom had endless interviews today. And so did Ben Crump. So they did not rule, keep that in mind, Ben Crump and Nolan's mom did not rule out that pool party photo. Did not rule out. In fact, she had her opportunity to say it in the griot, in the interview I just showed y'all. She had her opportunity to say it right here in this interview. She shut that boy down, is what she did in his interview. She could have shut that pool party stuff down right here. And she did not. And neither did Ben Crump. Ben Crump shared that, letting them know, hey, we goosing at that photo. Yes, that's what I said. Ben Crump posted it. He posted it on his Instagram and his Facebook. Ben Crump posted that same photo. Like, hey, that's a photo in question. We looking at it. Now keep in mind, the sheriff just said that they getting tips too. It ain't over. Both sides are saying that the friends are speaking. There are some things that are being said behind the scenes. The sheriff's department is interviewing each witness individually to get one of them to squeal on each other. And I said that in the beginning stages, that it's going to have to take the friends to step up and squeal in order for in order for them to understand what happened. This is going to be a little bit difficult for the police department unless these kids say something. Because with them being on water, evidence could have been washed away. Especially with that boat. According to the first witness, Alexis, saying that that boat was being washed at midnight. Oh, and they saying that the boat broke down. All that stuff should have been, man, I'm not sure if they not looking into that part though, y'all. But all of that stuff has to be documented. Oh, and here's another thing I meant to point out. There was a discrepancy with let me play that video. There was a discrepancy with the team. It was like a Coast Guard team. Y'all know about this, right? Where allegedly that must have been Warren that called the Coast Guard. I don't know what he said, but they need to release that. Okay? When he said that he contacted the Coast Guard and the Sheriff's Department to first report this, yeah, Cajun Navy. So don't forget that. So when Warren Hudson he said he thought that he was according to the mother, hold on, let me say that right now. Let me pull that up right now. According to the mother, so you don't think this is slander, this is not a game. We piecing it together. According to the mother, she said, and this is the real screenshots directly from Boogie Lowdown Facebook. This is who she DM'd. This is real. Watch this. So according to the screenshots, hold up, just so you can know, Katie Hudson, that's the mother, she said, according to the DM, that Warren was the first person that noticed that Nolan was missing when they got back to their friend's house and called his mother, the Coast Guard, and the sheriff's office. And again, that's iffy because Warren already knew about Nolan's, she said it. She said Warren already knew that he was going to stay back. So why all of a sudden he know that he missing and he not even with him? What alarmed Warren to say Nolan is missing? That's a big ass question. But the first person to call the mother, and keep in mind the mother verified that though, that Warren called her. So he called her. Warren knows something. And I'm sure they questioning Warren. And I'm sure they questioning Watt. There's no way in the world they're not questioning them two boys. There's no way. But he calling the Coast Guard. That report, that call is recorded. We need to know, or if y'all could tell Ben Crump and them, and I'll forward that information to them too. If they haven't already thought about that, they need to request that. They need to hear what Warren said to the operator. Because it was the operator that said, in their mind, like that's not strong enough for them to put out a report of a missing person. Then what was said? Because you later turned around the next day and said, oh no, you know what? We need to get the going because you got the word for the police department. But why you ain't buzzed the first time? So that was a discrepancy. Okay? And that was a whole day before. You got that phone call. So why you ain't buzzed as soon as you got that phone call if Warren said that he was missing? So, yes, and Evan, all three of them is in question. Yes, Robert. Warren, Wyatt, and Evan are the three. These are the three people that need to be questioned about a whole bunch of shit. And we need that Coast Guard call. And we need to make sure that it wasn't the Coast Guard or somebody else that, that's affiliated with helping people out there when their boats break down. Because from what my understanding could be, as far as this situation is concerned, is that it could have been one of the friends' boats that pulled another boat. But if it wasn't, then who was it? Because that should be logged. If the boat broke down, that should be logged. Because what you going to tell the insurance? Oh, you going to fix the boat yourself? You got to come to them with a report about what happened. It's just like a car. You done took pictures and you putting in an insurance claim to get that boat fixed because that boat is expensive. These ain't no $200-300 boats, $2,000-3,000 boats. These are some good sized boats and it's gonna cost some good money, at least over $100,000. You got insurance on it. So I don't want to hear that bullshit when it's not even Watt's, meaning Watt is not we don't even know the owner of the boat. Keep in mind, she said that was Watt's boat. She said that. And she also said that Watt asked Nolan several times, and she gave the time was 5 o'clock. At 5. She gave, and this was before Nolan was found. She'd immediately saying that her son ain't had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with what? Katie? Nothing to do with what? Okay, Nolan is missing. We're not saying that, Warren had something to do with that. Nobody said that but you. We just said that all the people that he was with or made contact with need to be questioned. That's it. But the the sheriff is on record stating that he interviewed them. He interviewed all the witnesses. So I don't know what they have. I don't know what they got. I don't know how well their investigation skills are. I don't know that. I just know that Mississippi has a very high lynching rate. The majority of black people that they lynched. Mississippi got to be at the top of the list with lynchings. Mississippi probably number one. If I look into it, Mississippi has to be number one. And maybe Georgia number two. Alabama number three. Because you got to understand, the Mississippi, the Delta, y'all just watch Sinners? Y'all think that's a game? Y'all thought Sinners was fake? Them devils is out there. Them vampires out there. Them werewolves out there. But they gonna look human first before they truly reveal themselves. And it don't matter how old they are. And that's the history of Mississippi. By the way, that's historically known. But that don't mean our people need to get up out of there. I'm not saying that. That's actually our territory anyway. I mean, come on, that's an indigenous name, Mississippi. But we got them foreigners in there. And they gonna say that he know how to swim, by the way. He's intelligent. He know not to hang across see, and they gonna try to pretend like it's a goddamn mistake or it was, he did that, mistakenly, and I don't want to hear that shit. I don't. Where the evidence of that? Witnesses saying they saw that boat leaving fast, in a hurry, to the mainland. We just don't know which boat that was. See, and what ruled Tristan out is the fact that his incident happened at 4 o'clock. This incident happened at 5 o'clock, according to her. He repeatedly asked Nolan to get one boat at 5, to get on the boat at 5 when it was time to leave. But Nolan wanted to stay with the girl. You see? She trying to all of them are trying to push it onto that girl. And that girl then already came out by way of her sister and her mother and said that they was talking. And by the time they was, finished whatever they was doing, he said he gonna head back with his boys and they going to the mainland. That was it. That was the last time she saw him. In other words, she's telling you the close of their conversation. She wasn't going to sit up there and wait until he got on a boat with them boys. She wanted to get back home because it was getting late. So did he really want to stay at 5 o'clock? Somebody got to speak up about that. Somebody got to speak up about that. And that's another question. What was her roundabout time speaking to Nolan? What was her roundabout time, of it being during that time, when she was speaking to Nolan and they separated? Give us a roundabout. Because if she say anything after 5, then we could say, oh, okay. But if she say something before 5, something wrong. I would need to know that. But I'm sure they're getting that information. I don't put it past them. All right, so we talked about Evan. We talked about Warren. And we talked about Watt, but we got to talk about Watt because Watt is I don't know, some people are saying that's the stepson to this judge. But man, for his mama to be a judge, that is a powerful person to have in order to be told what to do in this situation. That's a powerful person to have. A judge within that county that lives right there that know of Nolan's mother. They went to school together. Now, to me, it sound like Everybody went back to to Watt's house, which will be the judge house. That's what it sounds like. Now, that's speculation. I don't know because they not saying whose house they went to for a reason. Both the mother and the father and the mother's best friend, which is Javon's mother. And, well, of course, Javon is best friends with Nolan. They not saying whose house they went to. And that's important because that means that's key into their investigation. They not saying whose house it was. But they sure gave them a hard time to get that phone, and they definitely gave them a hard time getting them keys. And with Katie coming out saying that was Watt's boat, she said that. Where she say that at? Right here? No, hold on. Right here. To get on Wyatt boat, to get on Wyatt, I don't know why I said Wyatt's boat. That's critical. She said that. And again, that was before Nolan was found deceased. So if that was Wyatt's boat, where did Wyatt? Wyatt in my eyes, Wyatt. In my eyes, should be suspect number one. That should be questioned. Again, I don't have what they got. This is all complete speculation. But according to what I'm seeing, Wyatt will be number one on the list. Because not only did Javon's mother just saying, y'all heard me play that, right? That she said that that the phone was in Wyatt's truck. Everything keep coming back to Wyatt. That's why I'm like, that's our first time hearing that. That's important. So, okay, let's just say that. Wyatt know more than what he ain't say nothing. But they all got lawyers. He ain't say a word. Somebody knows something. But Wyatt, if, he would have came out and said, hey, man, I was trying to get Nolan back on the boat, but he, insisted on staying. He insisted on staying with that girl, and they tried to make it seem like he was obsessed with this girl. Y'all should see what this girl looked like. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like, and I ain't trying to get up in his business with, the girls that he talking to or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? This is prom. I'm pretty sure he didn't switched a few of them, and everybody think that he like white women and stuff like that because of this picture right here, and this look like prom and blah 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 blah. I don't know, what I'm saying? I don't know, but I'm saying, what happened to her? Like, he young, what I'm saying? So he not, the way it looked to me is that he not tripping off no girls right now, just like his father told him to, not to trip off no women. Take care of yourself. Get ready for football season coming up. You got to go through training. Get yourself prepared. He getting them so mentally ready. You know what I'm saying? My oldest son, Dane, is talking to a pretty girl. And I tell him all the time. You know what I'm saying? And she needs you, by the way. But, he did talk, you know what I'm saying? Because they going to come, the Hispanic women, the Asian women, they like us, the white women, And he young, you know what I'm saying? Handsome, and he going to talk to, the ladies. And same thing with Nolan. They going to do what they do. So I can't knock him for that, if that did happen. But at the same time, she came out and said straight up that their conversation ended. And I keep repeating this because their conversation ended. That was the close. He was supposed to go back. According to her, he was going back with his boys on the boat to go home. And according to Alexis, she got picked up by her brothers and went home. Katie. I'm not saying that this girl right here is Katie. I don't know who that is. I just know that that's Nolan right there. And the majority of his friends in this picture need you. Nolan is well known, just like his mama said. That's why he was always taking, photos and Snapchat. And ain't nobody really saying nothing about that Snapchat stuff. But that's all the more reason why you would want to get the FBI involved, because you want to get that digital information pulled. You want to get, and the only way you can't do it locally, you can only do it federally. So that's the only time they will pull FBI into the investigation. That's the only time. They need that digital footprint of what the hell happened. All right, so you start deleting stuff, say no more. All right, we about to find out where it went. We about to find out what happened. We about to find out what happened. Now, some of y'all saying that he not innocent. I'm going to tell you right now, I believe he is. I believe that Javon is innocent. I believe he's innocent. That's his best friend. That plenty of videos with him. You know what I'm saying? Even though Nolan a little older than him, just by 1 year, they've been knowing each other for years. I believe he's innocent. I believe he's innocent. Now, he may know of one of them boys talking, saying something. He may know. He may know, but he got to keep quiet. Let the investigation happen. Nolan was very popular amongst them all. And I'm going to tell you right now, I only seen one picture with Nolan and Tristan. Just one. And Tristan was trying to say that, you know, he his best friend and stuff like that. I'm so glad his mother straightened that out. Because you know how many people online, them bots was trying to run with that? And try to say, nah, that pool picture was on June. And that mother shut that down. And they did not come out and say nothing like that. I'm talking about Nolan's mama and Ben Crump. But y'all want us to shut up about that pool picture. They not shutting up about it. And it's a reason why. You got to take everything into account until the investigation is complete. Now, a person right here, Ivy Elizabeth, spoke up and said that she was actually on the boat that you paused on. The guy I heard yelling is on our boat. He got in a fight and was pissed we wouldn't let him leave the boat. The video was taken at 4. So she admitted that it was 4 o'clock. Fight was already over. There were so many people, and I was focused on the guy who started the fight with the guy on our boat, making sure he'd leave. So I cannot confirm nor deny if it was Nolan that was there or not at the time. The fight itself did not, however, involve Nolan. Nolan wasn't there. Nolan wasn't on that same boat. Nolan was not on that same boat. Because she would have said that Nolan was on their boat. So that's another reason why Tristan is not credible. You're not even on the same boat Nolan was on. You don't know what happened. And Javon said, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. He said that he was on a different boat as well. All right. Now, I wanted to listen to, hold on. This video was sent to me. I heard a little bit of this. I can't verify this yet, but I heard a little bit of it, and I said, let me push this to the side because I'm going to play it during the live stream. So the lady, let me give her a credit. Her name is Erica Lovejoy. Shout out to her. Let me hear her take real quick.
Breaking news. Nolan Wells' body was found by a park ranger on his standard Monday morning rounds. The ranger said the body appeared that it just washed up on shore and the body was not waterlogged, which means forensics point out that there was no fluid in his lungs, which means he likely didn't drown. And it's indicative of his body being deceased before he was placed in the water.
Now, I agree. I agree with her on this because they did say that the body was not waterlogged. They did say that. She's actually saw in that same article. They did come out and say that. Now, and I'm going to play that video too because it's a little iffy because he said that and then he turned around and said something a little iffy during the like when he was on camera talking to. Who is this? Hold on, let me jump to it real quick.
A lot to get to today, and as you were just saying,
Chicago Live, Sunday, July 12th. He's in here. This guy in this interview. We gonna play this, but let me go back to that because it was a little iffy. So in the article, he's saying one thing, and when he on screen, you're gonna see what I'm talking about.
Breaking news. Nolan Wells' body was found by a park ranger on his standard Monday morning rounds. The ranger said the body appeared that it just washed up on shore and the body was not waterlogged, which means forensics point out that there was no fluid in his lungs, which means he likely didn't drown, and it's indicative of his body being deceased before he was placed in the water. Why is this not going viral? Because it explains why the friend group has lawyered up and made all of their accounts private. And even with this information, a sheriff insists that there's no foul play. It was a drowning accident. However, he was deceased before his body was placed in the water, and there were already reports that Nolan Wells' body was beaten and bruised. It is also known and documented that there was intense physical fight. Nolan's friend group was fighting him, and the fight moved from the beach to the boat.
Well, I don't know about the fighting him part, but there was more than one fight. It was actually 3 fights. And even Javon mentioned one and Tristan mentioned another because he was involved in one of them. But it was more than one fight.
And the boat sped away. And this was all in the 4 to 5 o'clock time frame.
Right.
And the boat returned and docked and continued to party and was seen partying at 7:30 with the same friend group minus Nolan, who was nowhere in sight, and they acted as if nothing happened.
Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about them coming back and staying. Now, somebody did say, hold on. Somebody did say that they camped out. But I don't know about them. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't know about them coming out saying, I'm going to have to find out where her source is on that. Because I didn't know about, them coming back. That same boat coming back and staying a little longer till 7:30. That's a little questionable. And it sounded like the person that stayed overnight was, watch out. I'm going to have to find that out. That's all speculation. We don't know. And let me speak for her. I don't even know this lady, but let me just say that that's speculation as well. Because it's nothing concrete that we could point to that say that right now. At least not right now.
Wells was only identifiable via dental records and DNA, which meant his body, clearly his face,
something was wrong.
Maligned, that they didn't know it was him.
Well, that's not necessarily the case all the time, but it is alarming that they requested his dental records in order to identify him. That is alarming.
For somebody that supposedly drowned, but was not waterlogged 24 to 36 hours ago. The cover-up seems to be in place. It's time for all of the videos from all of the people on the boats who watched Nolan be beaten. And there is one post on social media that says, Nolan fought back. I promise you he did.
I didn't say that. I didn't see that. And
it's eerily similar to what happened to Carmelo Anthony. And had he not been able to defend himself, he likely wouldn't have survived as well because a mob attacked him while he was isolated.
That's true.
Your thoughts. Thanks for watching What She Said Sports.
Okay, I like that. What She Said Sports. Shout out to Erica Lovejoy. I appreciate that. That's good. I like that. Now, Carlos Moore is an ex judge. Now, he went viral the first time. He actually came out with another video, like giving an update on his Facebook. The first video that he did went viral, where he was explaining his background and why he felt like this investigation is a little iffy because the police need to arrest the people that was in possession of Nolan's phone. That's what he said. An ex-judge of Mississippi. They need to arrest the people that were in possession of Nolan's phone. I agree. Yeah, no, yeah. He needs you. Yeah. This was the second video. Huh? Oh, damn. His wife sound like my wife. I had to turn around for a second. Damn. They got the same pitch.
Hello, friends. Come on in. I'm Judge Carlos Moore. I'm a retired municipal judge out of Mississippi. I served for 6.5 years on the bench in not only Clarksdale, Mississippi, but I served for 4 years on the bench in Grenada, Mississippi. So come on in, invite your friends, invite your family.
Hold on, this is his second time going live. Do y'all? It's a little lengthy. It's up to y'all. Type 13 if y'all want to hear this judge. Type 13 in the chat if y'all want to hear what this judge got to say. Even though we heard what he got to say the first time, we did hear that. Like, I'm pretty sure he go over that part again. But it's up to y'all. Like, if y'all would like to hear this judge, like, he's authentic. He was a real former judge in that state. Okay, all of 13. I bet. We about to play it.
Here, a real person's experience, with experience as a judge in Mississippi, opinion about whether or not there shouldn't be an immediate arrest or arrest of those suspected of foul play in relation to the death of Nolan Wells off the Gulf Coast of Mississippi. Come on in and hear it from the horse's mouth. Someone who had the authority to sign not only search warrants, but arrest warrants. Someone who presided over initial appearances, arraignments, and preliminary hearings for those accused of murder.
And I'm pretty sure he's still a lawyer now.
In Mississippi.
Even though he's not a judge no more, he's still a lawyer. So got something.
I am a retired judge. Had I still been sitting as an active judge, I could not give you my opinion about an ongoing matter. But now I'm a retired judge and I'm a practicing lawyer in Tennessee. And I reside in Georgia, but I'm from the Mississippi Gulf Coast and I know the law.
So he is a lawyer.
Give you my unfiltered opinion about what I believe should be occurring now or in the near future.
They should have hired him. I mean, as an asset, probably.
I have time tonight. I have time.
But they should be good. He's doing good by publicly speaking, though. We got to give him credit for that.
And I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have. It's time out for playing games. It's time to know the truth from someone well-versed in it that has actual experience. I've worn the robe, the black robe, and I've presided over these trials.
Yeah, as an advisor. What'd I say? I meant to say as an advisor. I think I might have said asset. Similar, but yeah, as an advisor. They will hire him as an advisor.
Let's get started. So what do we know? We know after watching the parents' interview and reviewing tons of footage from social media, recounting interviews and statements of alleged witnesses that were on Horn Island, we know that Nolan Wells went to spend the night on July the 3rd with his so-called friends. And he went with those so-called friends to
the island
on a boat on July the 4th. We know that out of the 4 people on that boat, 1 did not return home. That one person was Nolan Wells.
Now this is second one.
As normal, and said nothing to any.
I'm talking to y'all, chat. This is second video.
Or to the Coast Guard until at least 11 p.m. at night on July the 4th. We know that at least one of the so-called friends was found with the phone of Nolan Wells. And we know this based on the testimony of the parents, specifically the mother, who tracked the phone and was led to the home of one of the young men where she retrieved the phone. We also know that based on the mother's testimony that there were no Snapchats from the day, which was very odd for her son. We also know that text messages were deleted. We know that when she was tracking the phone, Life 360 said the phone was one place and Snapchat said it was another place. We know that the boy that had the phone did not voluntarily turn it over or call first. He had to be found through their own investigation. We know that based on witnesses' account, the so-called friends were seen on July the 5th, that Sunday, having breakfast together like nothing had happened. They were not out there searching for their so-called friend. We know that the so-called friends deleted their social media, deactivated their accounts, and scrubbed it clean if the allegations are correct. We know that the young men or the young man that had the car at his house willingly turn over the keys.
Okay, shout out to Carlos. Hold on. Okay, I just got sent this. Hold on. So he said, wait, play the updated one, Dane. Hold on. But this is your second video, right? Hold on. Wait, what? I see the link that you sent is broken. Hold on, y'all. We live. Hold on. Hold on, I'm going to get it. Okay, he said he did one with Don Lemon. Okay, this is it. How long is this? Oh, this is a live stream. Okay, hold on. Hold on, y'all. I'm getting it live. But shout out to you, brother. I appreciate that. All right, hold up. So I just received this link. This is with him talking to Don Lemon. And it was a live stream. I'm going to skip up. Okay, wait, damn. They got right to it. That's good. Okay, hold up. Right.
I want to play this, and then I want to hear from you. This is you earlier this week talking about what you think is going on and what should have happened by now.
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's why he asked me to play this one.
There are a lot of things.
Two different versions. Okay.
Alleged, once put into the correct.
Okay, so he gave me another one too. All right, I'm going to check it out.
To arrest for several things, including misdemeanors and maybe even felonies. So there's a lot left to do. We are not rushing to
Judge Carlos ain't playing.
But I just thought I would come on here and tell you that there definitely should be search warrants issued by now. And there could be arrest warrants for certain crimes issued by now. But for the ultimate crime of murder, it is probably wise to wait to see what the autopsy reveals, or that both autopsies reveal, and then parse that together with all the video footage, all the witness statements taken, any affidavits gathered, and then make a decision, get it all to a judge at that point, for a judge to decide whether or not to sign a warrant for the arrest of one or more individuals.
And then, Judge, so you said there is some evidence or things that could have been done as far as arrest warrants, as you said, and other things. I also found this. Well, let's talk about that. Why hasn't any of that happened? Because you mentioned some things about having the phone, because they were saying we don't know if it was him or his friend who was in the altercation on the beach. The friend says it was him, meaning the friend, and it was not Nolan. But why would they have the friend's phone, and why would
this was 6 hours ago? This is not old.
Something that
I just got sent this
subpoena for,
by him,
or an arrest for.
This was just sent to me.
Or what?
Yeah, Don, I do believe that the theft is the low-hanging fruit here, and that we can clearly hear someone saying, "Give me my freaking phone back." That appears to be, by those that know Nolan, appears to be his voice. And so someone had his phone, and there seemed to be other people around. So people know who had that man's phone and had it unlawfully.
The friend is saying it wasn't him, though. Just so you know, the friend is saying that it was.
Okay, so he didn't know that part.
It was him who is the friend.
It was Tristan
who has been speaking to the media. But still,
But
someone had Nolan's phone.
Okay.
Is that friend a decoy?
I said, is that friend a decoy? I understand that they have.
Oh, Judge, is that why you sent this? That's what I'm talking about.
Fire.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Hey. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. Okay. Okay. All right, let me hear him.
Brown or black individuals have come forward out of the friend group, but none of the white individuals have come forward out of the friend group. So did they put them up to allay our fears under duress? So we don't know if they're telling the truth or not. Anyone can get on television and say anything, but they were not sworn. That was not sworn testimony. So I'm not satisfied.
Whoo! Talk to them.
Sworn testimony if it's in affidavit format, and people are saying stuff freely and not under duress. Because the so-proclaimed best friend, I think his name was Tristan or something similar, the family said they've never seen the boy. So I would know my child's best.
He up to date.
If they were that close, I would have seen him at some point in their life.
I said the same thing. I know all my son. Listen.
That's very, very odd there. Another thing I wanted to share with you, Don, is that in Mississippi, the Sheriff's Department provides security for the judges. So in Jackson County, the Jackson County Sheriff's Department would be providing security and bailiffs for Judge Ashley Cole's courtroom. So I see a glaring conflict of interest there. And I believe that the sheriff should probably recuse himself if the one of the last people to see Nolan Wells alive is her stepson. That to me is a problem because normally that would be a person of interest and could potentially become something more if the evidence revealed that. And your employees are providing security for the judge's office. I don't know how you can do a very thorough investigation. That's why I have been asking certain questions and saying,
Fire.
Only he would know that part. That's fire. That's fire. Our people coming together like this, man. That's fire. I like this. Hold on.
Because normally that would be a person of interest and could potentially become something more if the evidence revealed that. And your employees are providing security for the judge's office. I don't know how you can do a very thorough investigation. That's why I have been asking certain questions and saying, why has there no one gone after the low-hanging fruit? And so we need a independent investigatory agency coming in to investigate this or to supplement what the sheriff is doing, because I have a lot of concerns about what's going on and what's not going on there.
So what's the low-hanging fruit? Explain to us.
The low-hanging fruit is what the allegations and testimony that I've heard just through what people have said through the media. If that bears out to be true, You have the theft of the phone. You also have underage drinking. So you have minors drinking. You have someone that contributed to the delinquency of minors by providing the alcohol. One of the friends said that some of the people in the group were known to do a certain drug, and they intimated it was a legal drug. They did not name the drug, but it could be surmised that it's a legal drug. Those are all crimes that someone could be held accountable for. And if it's drug use, drug possession, paraphernalia possession, even it needs to be investigated for drug trafficking or whatever. So none of that has been investigated. And I do know that if the roles were reversed in this instance, any crime that they could have arrested a black or brown boy for, as they search for the truth of the ultimate crime of murder, they would have done that and used that as a pressure point to try to get to the ultimate truth. And that's not been done in this instance. And my question is, why?
Judge, if you can be more specific, because in the video you are specific about you don't believe that the process and even the protocol for things like this, that it has been followed, because if a judge gets something, you said in affidavit form, I'm not a legal expert, but you said if a judge gets something in affidavit form, they're likely to sign an affidavit to bring someone in for questioning or to arrest or any of those things. What do you think, what are specifically of those things, and what has gone wrong in your estimation here?
In my opinion, there's normally a swift investigation that the officers interview certain witnesses, certain people of interest, and they gather their statements, and then the officer signs an affidavit, presents it to the judge, and then the judge either signs an arrest warrant or he signs a search warrant. A lot of the times, the search warrant comes first so they can get other vital information. And so in this instance, I would love to have seen a search warrant for the boat that some witnesses say was being cleaned at 3 a.m. On the
Woo! He heard it. Hey, young, I'm so happy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm so happy to see this, young. I'm so happy. I appreciate that. Hey, thank you for speaking up, brother. Thank you for speaking up, young. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Hey, you ain't had to do this. You ain't had to do this, but you did. I appreciate that. Thank you.
That should have been immediately been seized after a search warrant was gathered from a judge. Social media accounts of everyone, the last seen with Nolan, including the three that was on the boat in the picture with them, Katie's phone, social media accounts, and if that's Snapchat, if that's Facebook, if that's
Instagram, TikTok,
whoever, there are certain mechanisms that subpoenas or a search warrant signed by a judge could get access to that information. And so I have not learned that any of that has been done. All
right, so that means, like he said, that not Nolan's, Wyatt's mother is a conflict of interest, because all of that stuff has to get done. And with her being a judge, she knows this. If he knows it, she knows it. And with him when Wyatt having the phone in his truck, it's a cover-up.
Revealed in the public. So when the sheriff said that no foul play was suspected, that led me to believe that there may not be an active investigation. And that's why I started asking questions, because all of the things here seem to be very suspicious. And for him to come out 2 days after the death, and maybe 1 day after the body was found, and say no foul play was suspected, that was very odd to me. And it showed to me that he could be potentially biased, or maybe having tunnel vision because of someone he may want to protect. And so,
which would be the judge.
Protect anybody, but there's always going to be a cloud of suspicion under the sheriff when he has to protect the judge. And one of her kinfolks is potentially a person of interest, and that's being generous.
Yep. Mm-hmm. He should be suspect number one. Hey, Judge Carlos ain't playing. He ain't playing. I like that. Cutthroat, straight to the point, no holds barred, telling it like how it is. I'm talking about for what it is, what you see, what we were presented so far as the public is concerned, and he aligning that with his job, with his duty, with his former job, and what his former job was as a judge, how it should be going. If things are not going routinely, then he knows something up and he's speaking up on it. I appreciate this. I really do.
Have you seen this happen?
This is something Judge Joe Brown won't ever do.
Well, you said let me play this. Let me play this from you. And it's also another reason that you're speaking out.
I can tell you this one thing. I may have been born at night, but I was not born last night. And one thing about it, you cannot fool the informed. I've been on the inside. I know the process, and we will not sit quietly and allow this to be swept under the rug. I will call your hand. I will call your hand. You're not gonna play these people for a fool.
I ain't gonna lie. I hear his wife correcting him. I know that clear throat. I got very good earphones. His wife right there, I can hear the she clearing her throat, trying to get him to calm down. Well, you know how I wonder if he had Libra. When sometimes when we get a little, and she and he said, "All right, I call that facial expression. I know how that is."
We know the process. We know what you should be doing, and by God, I plan to make sure you do it. Or we're going to call you out each and every time. There is a process. What I do know is, had the roles been reversed, by now, there would likely have been
an arrest.
Already arrest made. It wouldn't have taken all 6 days, 7 days, whatever amount of days it's going to take. Had the roles been reversed, justice, the wheels of justice spin quickly.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you say that?
I have countless examples. When I practiced in Mississippi, I can give you one very specific example that happened probably 10 years ago in 2016. There was a young black man who went to work and left accidentally his child, 8-month-old child, in a hot car, and the child died. 100 days before that, there had been a white woman who did the same thing. She was never arrested, never charged for anything, never indicted. My client, who I represented pro bono after he was arrested, was immediately, the same day that child died, was immediately arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The same offense, but different race, different gender, and she got the benefit of the doubt, but my client, and his reaction was caught on camera. He was hysterical when he found out he had done the unthinkable, but yet they showed no mercy for him initially, and were bound and determined to send him to prison for making the same mistake that the white woman had made 100 miles down the road. And because I was not going to let him get railroaded, I represented him pro bono. We kept him out of prison. They were insisting on prison time. They finally decreased it to culpable negligence manslaughter, and said if he pled to that he would not have to go to prison. And he could not risk the trial until he decided to go ahead and plead. So he has been on this record now. The white lady has nothing. But he stayed out of prison. He went ahead and got married and has a family with other kids now. But these people have done this time and time again. And so I knew I can see it all the way from here in Atlanta that they want to do the same thing in this instance if we did not call their hands. And so I'm here to let them know we're watching and we are praying, but we know how you are in Mississippi. And it takes a Mississippian to know a Mississippian. I may be living in Georgia, but I was born and raised in that same county. I know the players, and we are not going to get away with this. If something was done awry that led to the death of Nolan Wells, you best believe the folks responsible will need to pay the piper. Now,
he's from that county.
We can live with that if the evidence shows that, but the suspicious actions lead one to believe at this point that it was not an accidental drowning, because I know no one, when someone dies by accident, that lawyers up immediately.
Right.
People every summer die of an accident, accidental drowning, but how many folks go hire a lawyer for that? You are simply a witness. You tell what happened. They got in there. That was a strong current, and you have no reason to fear that you're going to prison for telling that. But if something awry has gone on, you have a right to remain silent, and you usually remain silent for good reason, because anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. There may be something that you say that could point towards you, so you want to remain quiet. But if my child, I have 2 children, if any one of them saw one of their friends drown, I'm not lawyering up for that if they had nothing to do do with it. I mean, times are too hard, gas is too expensive, milk is too expensive to be paying for lawyers unnecessarily.
Right.
So you can act stupid if you want to. But I know the game.
You know better. We know better.
I'm sick and tired, as Fannie Lou Hamer said, of being sick and tired. You will not get away with this. If anything was done wrong, I don't care if you're the district attorney that works with the judge. I don't care if you're the sheriff that works with the judge. We will not rest until the independent, unbiased law enforcement agency gets in here and investigate this properly. As I said, tick tock, we are fed up.
Wow. Because when you look at the actions, you talked about the sheriff a little bit. When you look at the actions of a sheriff, and this is not to condemn anyone, but considering how he's handled it, he said they're not going to be pushed to rush, or so, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, he said they're not going to be, yeah.
He's done limited interviews. I've only seen him with, certain people and certain outlets. His office doesn't really.
You're talking about the sheriff.
Calls. It's just not a very transparent thing. Now, I know that they're busy and they have things to do, and I don't think that I think that I'm.
They ain't that damn busy.
ABC News or anything, but what I think he doesn't understand is that we're in a digital streaming social media time. Social media is what brought this story to the fore. Legacy media did not. And I think that when he is out here asking the people, the public, through the media to respond, we put the number up every single day on this on our newsletter. He's asking us for help, but he's not helping us do our job. So what do you make of how the sheriff is handling this?
I'm not satisfied with the way he's handled it. I think it's performative. After I went live on Sunday and said the sheriff needs to let us know if there's a real investigation, because I thought that he may not be calling it an investigation because he wanted to allow people to continue to be able to do what they want to do with evidence. If there's no investigation, you can scrub evidence, destroy stuff, and say, honestly, I was not under investigation, so I thought I could do what I wanted to do. But now that he's gone forward, he came forward on Monday and said there was an investigation.
He said it's still ongoing.
Assisting. People should be on notice not to be obstructing justice and destroying evidence. I hope they have enough sense at this point. He gave them a good week or so to do whatever they wanted to do, but now he's gone to say that there is an investigation. But then he qualified that to say that still doesn't mean someone is suspected of a crime. So he's speaking out of both sides of his mouth. As I said before, if you can't do your job fairly and unbiasedly, step aside. I know you're the elected sheriff, but there are other people that could be appointed that don't know this judge, don't know her stepson, don't know the other folks accused, and come in there and do a fair job. I call on the Commissioner of Public Safety, Sean Tyndall, who is from the Gulf Coast. He's over public safety in Mississippi, to bring in the MBI to investigate this fairly. Get some people that's twice removed from the situation and come in there and investigate it fairly. It is evident to me, and I'm way in Atlanta, that neither the district attorney, when the sitting judge is there making public statements, albeit that may be unethical, she's just blatantly doing what she wants to do. People are not going to just easily go arrest people that may be related to her, even if the shoe fits. They don't want to wear it. They don't want them to wear it too soon. So I'm not condemning anybody. I'm just saying that you have to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Not only the impropriety, but the appearance of impropriety. That's for judges. And you need to, for law enforcement to be trusted, you need to avoid the appearance of biasness. And so if your deputies are protecting the judge 5 days a week, and you think somebody just gonna believe you're gonna up and go arrest one of her family members if the evidence led that way, I just don't see it. I'm not comfortable that it would occur no time soon.
Yeah. No, so you said something, we had folks on in the beginning, even in our editorial meetings, Judge, and they said, if I didn't have anything to do with it, I would be talking to law enforcement. And I said, well, I don't know if that's a smart idea, because usually they'll tell you, but if you don't have anything to do with it, I don't know. Do you think that these young people, anyone there, you think just by them lawyering up that is some indication of possible guilt?
I can only tell you what I would do with my own family. If I would have first evaluated what my family member told me, I would know, being a lawyer and a former judge, whether or not what they told me is criminal, potentially criminal. And once I evaluated it, if I thought that they could potentially be held or found guilty in a court of law, I would advise them to exercise their Fifth Amendment right and remain silent and to lawyer up.
Yeah, but
they told me, and I evaluated, and I didn't think it could potentially be a crime. I would not be lawyering up. I wouldn't be spending any money, and I would allow them to talk as a regular witness.
Okay. So, okay, let me explain something, because actually, Judge, if you all don't know what's going on, the judge in this case is that they're referring to is the stepmother to one of the kids, which is Wyatt, which is damn near the main suspect in question for real, right? And I know y'all heard him, yeah. But the problem is that Warren's involvement, Warren Hudson, like when that exposure of Wyatt, it's like she basically, Ashley Cole, the judge came out and said that she or neither her husband was on that island at any point July 4th, right? She was basically trying to exclude her and her son. She said that Warren been interviewed by the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Department. Apparently Wyatt has been also. And Warren allegedly last saw Nolan at 3 p.m. Correction, 5 p.m. And Wyatt was 3 p.m. Because Cole said the boat was taken on water and experiencing a problem. Okay, and then she asserted that Nolan personally decided to remain on the island and planned to return to the mainland later with another group of friends. So, but that's a big difference. We talking 2 hours. She's saying 3 and Warren's mother is saying 5. And if they were on the same boat initially, then somebody lied. Because how was it the last time Wyatt seen Nolan at 3 and then Warren saying, nah, both of them saw Nolan at 5? Yeah, Wyatt is, yeah, he gotta be questioned. He gotta be questioned. Because that was the judge, Ashley Cole, the stepmother, coming out saying 3 p.m. That's important. Somebody's lying and covering it up.
Law enforcement. And so only the people that's a trained legal professional know why they would advise certain things. I'm telling you from personal experience after being in the legal field for a quarter of a century nearly, if my family members came and told me, I'm going to evaluate it myself, and I would know whether or not they need to retain a lawyer or exercise their Fifth Amendment right. If there's nothing there, I'm not going to waste my hard-earned money or tell them to lawyer up. Other people may have money to burn. That's not my case. That's not the lens from which I see my perch.
That was a 2-hour difference. Again, Ashley Cole, which is the judge and the stepmother to Wyatt, came out and said on Facebook that the last time Wyatt saw Nolan was 3 p.m. Warren's mother, Katie Hudson, came out on Facebook and said the last time Warren and Wyatt saw Nolan was at 5 p.m. That's a 2-hour window.
So some of the people, some of his friends have...
That's a large discrepancy.
And I want to play some of that. But first, I want to get a break in and get a word from our sponsors, and we're back with the judge. Mother. Now, this is from social media, and as I said, this is a social media story. A lot of folks are speculating, but these are just some of the things that are out there, and I want to play them, and I want to hear from you, and I want to hear from the audience what you think of it. Roll it, Mandy.
I want to add a little nuance.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Katie Hudson is Warren's mother, but Ashley Cole is Watt's stepmother. So Ashley Cole said that Watt last saw Nolan at 3. Katie said that Warren and Watt last saw Nolan at 5 p.m. That's a 2-hour difference.
For us as people to be thinking about while we're seeing what the media is putting in front of us, because it's important that we speculate and question what they're saying. It is no coincidence that every young man that they've put in front of us to do an interview or to say something has been a young black man. That is not...
No. Warren Hudson. Warren Hudson. Wyatt is Ashley Cole's stepson. Katie Hudson is Warren Hudson's mother.
Incidents. It's especially questionable because none of the
No. Look. This is Katie Hudson. Are you looking? I am Warren's mother. You see what I posted on screen? Katie Hudson. I am Warren's mother. That's what she started off with. You see this, right? This is Katie. This was done the day before Nolan was found. You see this, right? They said the judge's name is Ashley Cole. So again, Katie Hudson is Warren's mother. She admitted that right here. This is legit. I don't know. No, she put the owner of the boat on what? She said the boat that Nolan was supposed to get on was get on Watt boat, Wyatt boat. Where the picture at? Hold on. Hold on. Warren Hudson. Wait, wasn't her last? Hold on. Huh? Seymour. Wait, Katie Hudson Seymour. Morgan Seymour, Warren Hudson, Wyatt Pyron. Huh? Are they related? They're stepbrothers? It sound like it. I don't know. Oh, that makes it even worse. Because she even got the Seymour joint in her. Hold on, y'all. I don't know that. That's not verified. She got that. The Hudson Seymour, and she's saying that she's Warren's mother. Dane put it together. No, I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know that. But Morgan Seymour, Warren Hudson, and Wyatt Pyron. They could be related. We don't got Evan on here. That's weird, though. That is weird. Some of y'all was saying that Hudson related to Wyatt. And then what about Morgan? Because the mother's saying Hudson Seymour. Damn. Okay. Keep in mind, I don't know these people, so I don't know how, they're related, if they're related. But, I mean, you know how some of them do, if they want to keep it in the family. Some of them used to doing that historically. When somebody couldn't, keep a child, or somebody couldn't, keep, a pregnancy, that they have a history of that. And somebody else will end up being, I'm not trying to be funny. This is not a shot. It's not a shot. Okay? This is not. But either way, I don't know. I don't know. But let's just say that Wyatt, Warren, and Morgan got a lot more in common than we think. It's verified? Well, I don't know where it's at. Show me where it's at if it's verified. I can't say that it's verified on my side until I see it. Cousins and brothers, it's a possibility. Okay, so let's just put it like this, because I ain't gonna lie, that picture right there of Warren's mother saying, who she is, we got the Hudson and then the Seymour part, that part right there, I guess some stepfather stuff came in, because don't forget that, that's Nolan's stepfather. I forgot the guy's name, but that's his stepfather, because that's not her current last name. Wells is not her current last name. So she remarried, So, whatever this is, cousins, brothers, I don't know. Y'all saying certain things verified. I haven't seen that. My thing is this. It don't matter if they was. Well, actually it do. It does make it worse. Okay, I'll take that back. It does make it worse that they are family related. Like, family relation right here. It's a conflict of interest big time. So now that means they related to the judge. Like, all of them. And that's all the more reason why all of them at the same time got lawyered up. So that answers that question. But I wonder if that will come out. If that does come out, I don't have nothing on that. I will have to dig deep to grab that stuff. I got the pictures and last names and stuff. I'm not trying to say it's easy. It's going to take some time. It's probably going to take me 48 to 72 hours or less. It depends. But if they scrubbing shit, it's going to take me some time to find that, to really pinpoint if they related or not. But, again, there's going to be a conflict of interest if they are related to the judge. If they are related to Ashley Cole, I saw some of y'all saying that her name was Ashley Cole Hudson. This is so weird. And then Warren's last name is Hudson. Wyatt's last name is Pyron. It's a little confusing. But, because none of that was stated, meaning by them. All three of these boys ain't come out and say nothing. And these are the three boys in question. You said it's Mississippi Dane. That's messed up. Don't talk about Mississippi like that. Damn, y'all. Test tube babies. Oh my God, chat. Chill. Wyatt is just a friend? Oh no. Can we say cover up? Yes. Now I agree with you on the cover up part. Yeah, because that's all the more reason why they would. They're gonna hide, things or protect things, protect their family members. They're gonna protect or whatever they are. Super close friend. I don't. Again, I would have to check into why. That's weird as hell. Because who's Morgan to Warren now? When Warren Hudson, his mother's name is Katie Hudson Seymour. So who's Morgan Seymour? Like is that the brother? Are they related? Because she remarried and she had a son, and the reason why he got the Seymour last name, that could be true. I don't know that though. I don't know that. That's not confirmed by me. I don't know that. But if that's the case, then yes, that makes it worse. Because, it's a conflict of interest. Especially if Warren and Wyatt are related to the judge. Based off of what I saw, it sounds like Wyatt is the stepson to the judge, Ashley Cole. Some of y'all was saying, nah, Warren is the stepson. And I'm like, damn, that's his mama right there. So how are y'all saying that he just, I don't understand that. Why the mother speaking up for her son? She said straight up, I am Warren's mother. So Katie Hudson Seymour is Warren's biological mother. Okay. And the judge is the Mississippi Judge Ashley's stepmother of Warren Hudson and currently at the Center of Public Investigation. You Googled that info. Google it. No, not Nolan's brother. No. The boys I just put up. Right here. Not Nolan. We talking about the three boys in question. Morgan Seymour, Warren Hudson, and Wyatt Pyron. Okay. This is what we can all agree upon right here. All three of these niggas need to be arrested. How about that? Type 13 if somebody on this list need to be arrested. How about that? Okay. All right. But we know for a fact that it's again, I agree with you. It's a conflict of interest with that judge. Period. No matter which one of these boys, it's a conflict of interest. Whoever she's stepmother to, it's a conflict of interest. And she advising all of them. With her being a judge, active judge at that, she was a lawyer. All judges were lawyers. She know what to do. That's why Judge Carlos was important, and I'm glad that he stepped up and said something, especially with him being from Jackson County, that same county. She said they have 6 kids. Ooh, Lord, I don't even want to know what they was doing. Yeah, that's what they saying. They said Ashley Cole was Warren's stepmother. I don't know. But yeah, okay, but I just know yes, I agree. The two main ones that should be questioned are Warren and Wyatt. For sure. Based off of Wyatt's biological mother. Here we go. Based off of Katie. Katie is the reason why Warren and Wyatt should be questioned. And let me go back to this. And because whatchamacallit, Javon's mother, hold on. When she spoke up in this interview, this is another reason why Wyatt should be suspect number 1, in my opinion. based off of what we see.
Did you?
Because she said
about.
Oh, I forgot to play this. Hold on, I'm about to play this. Hold on. Well, let me play this. I forgot to play this part. Wait a minute. But let me play this part so y'all can hear what I'm talking about. So when she said
it was like a lot of people there, like it was. I'm not.
So let's hear the scenario one more time when she went to go get the phone.
When we started checking the phone, well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to.
And that needs to be, and that's the part, and that's the place they went to. Where is that? Whose house is that? And this is, I think, both Nolan's mother and her are not saying the house is because I believe Ben Crump or his legal team directed them not to say whose house it is because I believe that's where the investigation lies. I believe that's where their focus is on, where they picked up the phone and where they picked up the keys. And that's the reason why they're not trying to say to the public whose house, the father went to go retrieve the keys, or where this lady here went to go pick up Nolan's phone.
That was in the house. It was like a lot of people there. Like it was. I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one there, but it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone. Because I even asked, I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone? Or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was when Wyatt told me it was in his truck.
When Wyatt told me it was in his truck, this is our first time hearing that today. Matter of fact, this video was today. This interview was today. When Wyatt told me that it was in his truck, Wyatt number one suspect, in my opinion. And then Wyatt sent the girl to her to give her the phone. It took them too long. 15 minutes is enough time to erase shit out of somebody's phone. If he know the password. See, that's another thing. I don't know. See, that hasn't been disclosed either. If there was a password to open up Nolan's phone. Because now I understand the mama getting it. I know my son's password, and my son is 17. I understand Nolan's mama, with him being 18, having his password to the phone. But how the hell Wyatt and them, or whoever opened up the phone to delete that stuff, how they get that password? And I know some of y'all are saying facial recognition, and I agree with you on that note. But that's all the more reason why some foul play happened if that's the case. Because, yeah, of course you able to get facial recognition and fingerprint if he gone. If you took him out, hold on, let me calm down because that upset me real quick. That upset me. If you took this boy out, man. Okay, all right. I'm trying to calm down, but yeah, let me get to what I'm saying. If you took him out, whatever you did to him, I don't know. The autopsy. I mean, I understand sometimes some autopsies are going to take time, but damn, we know about what's his name that just died. The senator in South Carolina. They said it was I forgot which one it was, but they diagnosed his death right away. It was some cardiac. I don't know. I can't remember what it was, but they immediately came out and said his cause of death. Yeah, Graham, Senator Graham, Lindsey Graham. Yeah. They immediately came out and said what it was, but not with Nolan. And that's why I was like, yeah, this is too long. You know, this is taking a little long now. Taking too long. Dane, they didn't expect the public to respond this way. So now they running scared. Yeah, they trying to hurry up and hustle up some things. Yeah. I think Javon knows something too, but I think Javon is innocent. I think Javon is going to protect himself. But I don't think Javon set up his best friend, in my opinion. It's just not. Like, with him coming out saying this part, like, I don't know if y'all saw the whole video. Oh, that reminds me. Let me play this part right here. Hold on. Because they cut it off. The whole video 45 minutes long and is behind a paywall. But anyway, or at least the whole video is 45 minutes long. And you can only see the whole video on Prime. They want you to pay for it. But Shorty, the one that's giving an interview, posted up clips on her Twitter. And I wanted to play this one. Damn, I just played it. Where I put it? I just played it. Wait, is this it? Yeah, this it. Let me play this part.
Concerns about the phone when you got it back?
Absolutely.
What were those concerns?
Just because when my sister and I went through the phone, it was just too clean. And I'm sure Javon can attest to this. Nolan was always taking pictures, always making videos. So I would expect something in the Snapchat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Both accounts were empty. There was no saved videos. Like, it was nothing there.
From the whole
and
day?
I just find that very hard to believe from the whole day. And so that's why I was kind of like, wait, like, this doesn't feel like, this is really starting not to feel right. Especially once we got that phone and kind of started going through it. And like I said, you know, I just don't see that. Like, I know my child, right? You know, no parent is perfect. We don't know everything 100% about our kids, but I know more. I know my child well, especially with the way he moves, the things he does. And if he has a phone out all the time at home, he's definitely going to have a phone out whenever he's out and he's, you know, doing things with his friends.
No, I didn't hear about that, Hella Divine. But I am going to play a video. Oh, I'm glad you brought this up, though, because I got to play a video of that guy. Damn, that's what I meant to do, y'all. See, y'all got to excuse how sometimes I go back and forth with different parts, because a lot of shit happened. But I got to bring that back up. Remind me to bring up that part about the, what was the name of that? Oh, man. Cajun Navy. Remind me to bring that back up.
So that was just really hard to believe that there was nothing there.
Okay.
You have...
Okay, so that was the clip. She don't believe, it's hard for her to believe that based off of her son's behavior, that she knows very well that his phone was clean. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of people are saying some crazy stuff. A lot of people are saying that he was urinated on. We don't have no proof of that. A lot of people saying that he was beat with a bat or beat with a pole. We don't have no proof of that. Now, you know, that person is saying, you know, what they hearing online. It's a lot of stuff being said online that's not true. I can tell you right now. There's a lot of stuff being said online that's not true. Straight up. Just like they said Carmelo Anthony wasn't jumped. And when we look at the fucking video, we can clearly see that Carmelo was jumped. And when we look at his face, you know what I'm saying? We can clearly see something wrong with his face. Look at Carmelo's face. And this was in the police report. Like, and they, you know, they skip it past that and showing y'all a doctored up face and all the rest of that shit. So I take that shit with a grain of salt. I don't believe, you know what I'm saying, every rumor that gets spread around until I investigate. Where is this interview at? The interview, this CNN interview was on Amazon Prime up under this lady's name. Hold on. Her name is Her name is Laura Coates. It's on Amazon Prime, the whole interview. It was just posted. So you're going to be able to see it. Well, we're just receiving the clips today, but this was definitely done on the 13th. Like in full. This interview was done on the 13th. Yeah, but it's episode 138. Yeah, no, I know. No, that's why I said something happened, because with me seeing Carmelo Anthony being hit like that in a video where I broke it down my goddamn self, I said, nah, it got to be something they hiding. And then they tried to make the police report, tried to make Carmelo Anthony's intake picture black and white. But we got the color one now. But they tried to make his picture black and white so we won't see the bruises. And notice how ain't nobody saying nothing about that. Nobody saying nothing about that picture right now. And the only reason why I have it is because I was on this Nolan Wells jump. I had a couple things I had to show y'all. And then the Nolan Wells situation happened and I had to immediately get on this. But I still got a whole folder to the side. It's still some things that need to be said. Because I got all those affidavits. I got all of them. I got the and I seen I'm still keeping up with it. I see what the judge is doing. The judge is not refusing to leave, off the case. I see what's going on. So they're gonna have to, go a little higher than him and force him to move. He gotta come off that case. He shouldn't have been on that case to begin with. But I'm gonna tell you right now that appeal may take a little longer than some people think as far as Carmelo Anthony. Because they got some work to do. They got big work to do. But it was a conflict of interest when his original lawyer, Carmelo's defense lawyer, agreed with the judge not to bring up Austin Metcalf's past. That's the part I didn't like. Sign an affidavit for that. I was like, whoa, what you doing? That's supposed to be brought up in his defense. The jury got to know about Austin Metcalf's past and his behavior. So not only his history of his behavior, because it was current, like they took that out of there. Made sure that it was not brought up in court. Nah. And that's not me making that up. That was exposed inside of that affidavit. Not a game. You don't. Hold up. What you mean? I do got it. I got the whole thing. It was admitted in here. I got it. We'll get back to that. We'll come back to that. We ain't finished. We ain't finished with Carmelo. Oh damn! I forgot about this one. Hold on, let me play this.
The young men that he was last seen with were black on the boat. So why are we not hearing from the boys who were on the boat? I also want to say that I would rather be wrong a million times over than to let a place like Mississippi do their own investigation when we understand the historical context of Mississippi. I'm speaking from my own lived experience as someone who went to a high school that has a similar racial makeup as where Nolan Wells was living. This is a tactic they often use when they want to blame a black person for something and they want to prove their point. They put other black kids or black boys, black men in front of you to say something different so that you'll believe what they're saying. And I'm not saying that some of the information that is being put out there on social media is not misinformation, but what I am saying is we could hear directly from the source instead of people who claim to be his friends.
Right.
I also just cannot fathom a world in which someone who is a friend would be actively working against your friend's parents who are seeking justice for their child by saying things like, well, I know some of them were on substances and maybe Nolan was peer pressured into doing substances when you've never seen him do substances before.
Right.
Or firmly say that you don't believe that anyone would do anything to harm Nolan Wells when you see that his parents are still actively asking for answers that they are not getting.
That's suspect. I agree.
That one of the mothers of the children who were on the boat is a judge. And what we do know is that if this does go to trial because some funny money has happened like we think it has, then it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And what they're doing right now is trying to create reasonable doubt in the event that this goes to trial. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, but what I am saying is that Ben Crump is doing what he's supposed to do by trying to force them to give the truth about what happened because they could have already done that. So if they want the misinformation to not be out there because it is concerning their safety, then they would clear up the rumors and tell the truth.
Right.
Okay, look,
straight up,
folks who are on the internet, as many people as who are on the internet. That's so many different opinions, but he's saying he's operating from his experience, right? And you're operating from yours. What do you make of what that young man is saying?
I believe he's right on. He hit the nail on the head. It's all performative. I do feel bad for those two black boys they put out in front of the camera while the white boys get to stay hidden. They are the ones that were last known to be around Nolan. They are the ones that lawyered up. They are the ones that are refusing to even do a press conference. Forget talking to the police. Why can't you go talk to the press? That shouldn't be any pressure. Tell what you saw. You know, if you didn't do anything, if he fell off a boat or did this and accidentally drowned, I don't see the big deal. People know accidents happen. So it's just very suspicious. And why wouldn't you be searching for the young man on Sunday morning instead of having breakfast together like nothing is awry? So if someone called at 11 p.m. to the Coast Guard the night before, they knew evidently that he may have been missing. So why at the break of dawn you were not out there looking for your friend? It's beyond me. But I know they can try to start prejudicing, making sure the jury is biased ahead of time. And so just in case there is a potential trial. And so I believe that young man hit the nail on the head. And I've said this before, and I say it again here to you, Don. The extent of racism in Mississippi has no parallel. There is the South, and then there is Mississippi. It has no equal. It is so extremely wicked. They will go to any extent. D. Monterio Gibson was a black man that worked for FedEx, was chased by two white men, shot at, almost killed. He was going to testify against him. He lived miraculously and could identify the white father and son duo that chased him with the gun, almost killing him. They came up with some kind of scheme, I believe, and figured out a way where some brown investigator messed up the investigation, where the judge said he had no choice but to acquit the guys, dismiss the case against them with prejudice, where they would never stand trial for attempted murder, aggravated assault of a young black man. Had the roles been reversed and it had been a white driver and a black father and a son shooting a white driver, they would be under the jail by now. So when you hear me being fed up, because I know the system, I know the games they play, it's as crooked as it can be. It needs to be washed from top to bottom. Washed from top to bottom.
I'm going to ask you explicitly, and I think I know the answer, but you haven't said it. Do you think race is a factor in what happened to him?
Don.
And if not, is race a factor? I think that's what you're saying. It's obviously in
Don Lemon.
What is happening?
I guess he got to ask the obvious.
That's two different questions. You
Captain Obvious.
Played into what happened to him, and we don't know, but you've seen the investigation.
I believe that it's possible that race played a factor in what happened to him. I believe it plays a factor in so many people remaining quiet. I know that if the roles were reversed, people would not be this quiet, or they would not suddenly have amnesia. I do believe that justice is being delayed because of the race, and justice delayed is justice denied in my book. So race plays a huge part in the criminal justice system. I can't find any other reason for the examples I've given you tonight, and that's just two of many I could give you besides race. And so in this instance, we know that justice can be applied swiftly when they want to, and I am 100% certain that had the roles been reversed in this case, there
Nolan is half Filipino. He half Filipino.
would have been arrested by now of 3 black boys that came back to life.
I mean, look, it's not confirmed, but go try to confirm it. They said his biological father was black as well, and his mother was Filipino. To me, he looked like, Hawaiian, and she looked like she from Hawaii. But no, they Filipino, and the Filipino people did come out and say something to them. Hold on, I think I moved that. Didn't I move that to the side? Let me keep playing it.
Mississippi and a white boy went missing. I'm 100% certain, based on my experience, my lived experiences in Mississippi for many, many years and many, many decades, that they would be in jail now for some crime. It may not be murder, but some lesser offense that would have led them to put pressure until someone broke and told exactly what happened.
Another question, just more explicit. In you said what should happen. You said how things usually happen when presented a case like this to a judge to put pressure. How things should happen. What would you do? What do you think should be done right now? What would you like to see being done right now?
I would like to see someone brought in. I would like suspects declared. I would like, at least for the low-hanging fruit, to be dealt with. I would have signed, as I said before, I would have signed an arrest warrant for theft, because I do believe that is Nolan's voice, regardless of what any person they put before us said. I think that there's enough other witnesses would say that Nolan at some point was in an altercation with somebody and someone had his phone unlawfully. I would also want to know why a person had his phone that did not willingly turn it over to the parents without them having to go search for it. That person is an extreme person of interest to me. And so the people that were cleaning that boat need to be investigated. So there's several things that if it was properly brought before me, I would not have problems signing search warrants for various things, as well as one or more arrest warrants. So in this instance, that's not being done. I've never sat on the bench in that jurisdiction, but I sat on the bench in 2 separate jurisdictions in Mississippi. And I'm telling you what I would have done had it been presented to me by law enforcement by now. And there's a reason it's not being done here. I believe they're intentionally trying to have tunnel vision. They don't want to look towards certain people. And the light is becoming ever more glaring on certain individuals that they are going to refuse to the last second to believe that they could have done something so heinous as what may have gone on here. I don't believe that boy went no swim on no island by himself in the middle of the night. I don't believe someone that was raised by his father to stay with the group and had never altered from that would do that at the last moment and end up dead. And I do believe that had it been something truly accidental, people would have immediately said that and not lawyered up. And so people are entitled, they're innocent until proven guilty, but you can't prove them guilty if you don't do a thorough investigation. And so I'm simply asking to do a very thorough, unbiased investigation. And I believe that people, it's evident, can't do it, that's in charge now, and that we need to bring in some reinforcements, another agency independently to handle the investigation.
I'm going to quickly pause this real quick because I want to show you. Here it is right here. The National Federation of Filipino American Associations send their condolences. Association send their condolences to Nolan and the family. Okay. I just want to show that because I don't know if that's going to get attention. They did come out and send their condolences to Nolan. I know some people go, well, how come the black people only said something? You know, they said something too. They said something too. They said that she is a half Filipino nurse practitioner, has shared her family's deep connection to their Filipino heritage, including returning to the Philippines every few years. All right. Yeah, I like the Philippines also. We ain't never had no problem out of them, to be honest with you. We never really did. We ain't had no problem out of them. Nor the folks in Hawaii. They love us. All right.
Judge, I want you to stand by because I want to bring someone in. It's Joe Colin Jefferson, a civil and human rights attorney and founder and president of Julian, a civil and human rights nonprofit focusing on litigation, policy, tech, and organizing for survivors of discrimination. Ms. Jefferson, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it in this very important subject and you fight for other individuals who have been in questionable situations and who you feel have been discriminated against. As you are listening to this, I just asked the judge here if he thinks race was involved, and he said absolutely. He's told me everything that he's told me. He believes that it was involved. What do you say, Ms. Jefferson?
I say that you have to investigate this independently, that you have to leave all assumptions at the door, that you have to go where the evidence leads you, that you have to question every angle. And so often people jump to assumptions. That's the problem with these investigations in the first place. Police jump to assumptions. So it doesn't help if we jump to assumptions. We have to actually independently investigate this and not just go and look at what is independently corroborated, not just what the narrative is, but what can be corroborated.
Yeah, I love Samoans.
Yeah. And we look for that information. I think I said this morning that where there's no information, people fill the void. Someone is going to fill the void and they're going to come up with things, assumptions on the internet. I just feel, and this is me, that there's been a lack of transparency in the investigation and beating back some of the things that happen to not be true or some of the conspiracies around this, Ms. Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think about, in terms of a lack of transparency, something you have to realize is that police forces in Mississippi don't have the capabilities or usually the training of police officers, police forces in bigger areas. And so part of the problem we get to with these cases, they actually don't know how to investigate them. So
I said that this morning, of everything that you're saying about, I said they need to try to figure out, bring in a crisis PR person and get some sort of comms or something. But look, that's besides the point. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So a lot of times if there could be a lack of transparency, I'm not saying there isn't, but oftentimes what looks like a lack of transparency is simply incompetence. And so what Julian has done, we've actually drafted new standard operating procedures for police in these cases so that they know how to investigate potential lynchings.
Potential.
So we're going to talk about some of the other cases and what Julian has done. I just want to let me play this. This is from the mother who's talking about the friend, as I said, Judge, who said, well, it wasn't Nolan who was in the argument, it was him. You talked about this a little bit. I'm going to play this soundbite and then I'm going to get your response to it.
Trayston Shepard described himself as Nolan's best friend. He gave an interview saying that he was the one who was yelling in one of the viral videos that people had been questioning, and said that it wasn't Nolan in the video, that it was him, and that Nolan met a girl that day that he really liked, even though he'd never, interacted with this girl before. Her name was Katie. Have you spoken to Trayston since Nolan's passing, and how are you responding to his account of what happened?
So first of all, we don't know Trayston. We've never met him.
Okay, so they brought this up too.
You know,
I brought this up earlier.
best friend, childhood friend, that's a bit of a stretch. We've never met him. He's never been to our home. Now, if you were to say that about Jalen or Javon, I would say absolutely. You could say that those are childhood friends, those are best friends, because they've been to our home. We know their family. We're close to, you know, their mother. But this young man, I maybe high school, you know, they started hanging out or, you know, kind of been around each other. But again, we don't know him. And not to discount anything he has said, which of course, still trying to rule those things out. But I mean, he has communicated. He did offer his condolences, which we appreciate. And he did let me know about that.
Notice how Ben Crump was trying to say something, but she took the charge the entire time. She straight up said, no, we don't know. We don't know that Tristan person, not to discredit him, but we still look at it to that stuff, you know. In other words, she's being, you know, political with her answer, but also straightforward with how she feel about that person coming out saying best friend. A best friend to Nolan. She did not like that at all. And she, as a mother, she has all right to feel like that because she know Nolan's best friends. Again, she know that. The best friends, she would know. So just because you're an associate and you see him here and there at the school don't mean you his best friend. And you can't take that from his mother or father. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I don't care what that little nigga said.
Bit, which of course, you know, like I've been telling everyone, if you have any information, forward that over to the local authorities. Make sure also forward that over to our legal team as well, just to make sure that we're looking at everything.
Let me say this to the young man.
Okay, so that's what the mother said about that. Judge, what do you say?
For Tristan, I would have liked to question him, been able to question him myself, and I could tell if he was telling the truth based on just the years of experience. But if that was you, what were you arguing about? Who were you arguing with? What was the result of the altercation of the argument? How was it resolved? Who were the witnesses? Did you ever have a phone missing? Did someone have your phone?
What boat were you on?
I heard somebody was saying, give me my freaking phone. Who took your phone? Are you willing to sign an affidavit against that person who took your phone? Because that is a crime in the state of Mississippi, as far as I can recollect. And so you tested, you put him almost under cross-examination. Nicely, of course. He's a young lad. You don't want to be too rough with him, but just ask him simple questions. And his response and his mannerisms would tell me if he's telling the truth. I would love to meet Tristan.
Judge,
me too, though, Judge.
Thank you for your time.
No cap.
You have other interviews to get to. But we appreciate you joining us here on the Don Lemon Show. And please come back, okay? Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. I will.
Thank you very much.
All right, now I ain't trying to hear it. Okay. Nuh-uh. That's good. We good. I mean, she cool. Don't get me wrong. She cool. But I just wanted to hear the judge. What's this? Oh, this was the transcript. All right, hold on. All right, what time is it? Hold on. What time is it? Y'all didn't like her. You ain't like her voice? Who, the lady? Yeah, nah, Judge Carlos wasn't playing. Like, yeah, I can respect a man like that. Yeah. It's 10 o'clock in Cali, 12 in Texas. Remember I'm glad. See, chat? Yes. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, let me play that. Hold up. You right. Because this was questionable. Hold on. Let me play that real quick. Now, okay, so let me play what the lady said first, and then I'm going to play what the Cajun. Let me refresh your memory.
News. Nolan Wells' body was found by a park ranger on his standard Monday morning rounds. The ranger said the body appeared that...
So it was a park ranger. The body was found on shore, not in the water, on shore. There's 107 in New York, 107 in Georgia, 107 in Florida. My bad, y'all. I ain't gonna take too much time. Hold on. I ain't gonna take too much time. My bad. I know y'all trying to hit your pillow. Hold on, I'm gonna be quick.
It just washed up on shore, and the body
So they just washed up on shore,
was not waterlogged, which
and the body was not waterlogged.
point out that there was no fluid in his lungs, which means he likely didn't drown, and it's indicative of his body being deceased before he was placed in the water.
No, the FBI did not join the investigation, not like how they're trying to portray. No, the FBI did not take over the investigation or join the investigation. Not like that. They're utilizing some people, some of their resources, allegedly, okay, in forensics, okay, throughout their investigation. Only one or two people, but that doesn't mean the FBI took it over. No, that didn't happen at all. The state still has it.
Why is this not going viral? Because it explains why the friend group has lawyered up and made all of their accounts private. And even with this information, a sheriff insists that there's no foul play. It was a drowning accident. However, he was deceased before his body was placed in the water, and there were already reports that Nolan Wells' body was beaten and bruised.
Okay.
It is also known.
Okay, hold up. Let me come back to that because I want to play this part that came out. The guy had an interview right here. Let me play this.
A lot to get to today, and as you were just saying, this is a topic that a lot of people are talking
Across
about.
the nation, we're talking about the search for 18-year-old Nolan Wells. He's really captured a lot of national attention after he disappeared.
Now, notice how he said for the search. Okay, but that says Sunday, July 12th, which was 3 days ago. But just listen, he gonna keep up.
On a 4th of July boating trip to Horn Island, just off the coast of Mississippi. The United Cajun Navy joined the search efforts, and now there are questions surrounding Nolan.
Watching from Ghana. Shout out to Ghana. What up?
Death this morning as the family is calling for full transparency in that investigation. Joining us this morning is Brian. Forgive me if I say your last name. Is it Trasher, Brian?
That's correct.
All right. From the United Cajun Navy. Thanks so much for your time. Take us back. How did your team first get involved in the search for Nolan?
Yeah, so again, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me live in Chicago. Love that city. So we got our first dispatch late Saturday night on July 4th. A lot of people who were hearing about the story about Nolan not coming home that night. And eventually somebody who knew his mother put us in touch with her. She gave us the rundown of what was going on. She said she was going to be going out in a boat in the next morning. We decided to get involved. We had a couple of volunteers from our Mississippi chapter willing to go out on a boat and bring a drone. They searched around the island. They searched in the water, ran a grid around the island, and didn't find anything that day. So the next morning at first light, I went up with another volunteer in an aircraft out of Gulfport. We flew all around Hornship, Chandelier Islands, and as we came back north after a couple hours toward Horn Island, I noticed some boats on the beach, and I could see that law enforcement was setting up a command post there, and that's when we noticed some human remains on the beach. That was
human remains on the beach. So they was in the sky when they saw that. They was in the sky when they saw that, and that was the next day. Y'all heard that, right? But okay, hold on. Let me go back so that could be clear as to what happened on his side. I'm gonna go back. Listen closely.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me live in Chicago. Love that city. So we got our first dispatch late Saturday night on July 4th. A lot of people who were hearing about the story about Nolan not coming home that night. And eventually somebody who knew his mother put us in touch with her. She gave us the rundown of what was going on. She said she was going to be going out in a boat in the next morning. We decided to get involved. We had a couple of volunteers from our Mississippi chapter willing to go out on a boat. And
so a couple volunteers from the Mississippi chapter went out on a boat
and bring a drone.
And they brought a drone.
They searched around the island. They searched in the water, ran a grid around the island, and didn't find anything that day. So
they didn't find nothing that day.
Next morning.
Then the next morning,
at first light, I went up with another volunteer in an aircraft out of Gulfport.
They went in the aircraft. Are you listening to what he's saying? They were in the sky.
we flew all around Horn Ship, Chandelier Islands, and as we came back north after a couple hours toward Horn Island, I noticed some boats on the beach, and I could see that law enforcement was setting up a command post there, and that's when we noticed some human remains on the beach. That was Monday.
And that's when he noticed human remains on the beach. So again, don't forget that the initial report was saying that it was a park ranger that saw the body, not them.
Morning, approximately between 8:30 and 9 Central.
Obviously, you know, we mentioned that there are a lot of questions sort of surrounding this entire situation. So for you guys, what have been some of the biggest questions, some of the most even, you know, now unanswered questions, and how have the questions changed?
Yes, he was found on the beach. So that's two people saying that he was found on the beach. Okay? And that's why the initial reports were saying he wasn't waterlogged. Apparently, those reports were coming from the police or the park ranger. Apparently.
Changed since when you guys got into this around the 4th of July versus where we are today?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest question for me is that the last, or as far as eyewitnesses that I've spoken to, the last set of eyes that were on Nolan were approximately 4 o'clock on July 4th. Sometime after that, there seems to be kind of a black hole where nobody can see or account for him. Obviously, he went into the water at some point. We don't know when.
That's speculation. That's speculation. Obviously, he went into the water. That's speculation. You can't say he went into the water. That's speculation. You can't say that. That's not confirmed. When you say obviously, that's not obvious. That's not obvious. We can't say that Nolan went in the water. That's not obvious. Can't do that.
And did not come out alive. And he was discovered on Monday morning, almost about a day and a half later. So obviously there's some questions there. What's making it worse is all these, internet, social media clickbaiters who are just flooding social media with all kinds of fake videos, fake reports, accusations.
Whoa. Wait, what? What that got to do with you? You there to find people, or like rescue people that's lost in the water. What you doing coming up on here and talking about the misinformation and fake videos? And we don't want to hear that from you. We just want to hear what you did. You said what you did. Then, all right, that's it. End the interview. Why are you talking? Like you got some type of authority. Oh, no, they need to stop saying all this information. Like you an investigator. Like you a police officer. Like you a lawyer, an attorney. Or are you an activist? What's going on? Don't be. What's this about? Trying to steer the narrative?
The kids that were friends with Nolan are getting death threats. The families of those kids are getting death threats. And if you look at the parents, despite the tragedy that they're going through, I mean, they're a model for resilience. They're holding it up. They're asking people to, keep it to the facts. Let's investigate. Let's do everything we can.
Very good question. Who put him in touch with the mom? Very good question. We don't know that. He could have mentioned that. He could have mentioned that.
He deserved to know how he died. But all the accusations and the clickbait.
Because he said those people volunteered and did that. And he wasn't at the, he didn't leave out until the next day. The volunteers volunteered the first day. He wasn't there. So somebody got in contact with him and he contacted some volunteers. Don't make us scrutinize you now.
Stop.
Now, your organization has responded to.
We understand that there's misinformation going around and, and people creating, I don't know about false videos. I didn't see that. But it is a lot of people, creating false information. I get that. But that don't mean you should be calling that out. This ain't got nothing to do with you. You state what your job is to do and what you did and what you tried to do to assist. That's it. You in and out. All this is extra right here.
Countless search and rescue missions. How would you say that this specific one just off the coast of Mississippi compares to what you guys usually find?
Yes, I mean, just about a month ago, there was a shrimper that went off his boat, kind of in that same area near Pascagoula, Mississippi, and we found him about a week later down at the Chandelier Islands. Unfortunately, he did not survive. So as far as just the mechanics and the ops, it's about the same. But you know, with this, when you have just a bright young man who was so well liked with his whole future ahead of him, so many friends, a beautiful family. It just and then of course it's taken on a national attention, which brings a different dynamic to it. That makes it a little different. But as far as our operations, like I keep trying to tell people, we're not investigators. We're not involved in anything post the recovery, other than just trying.
We know
people reach out to us with information. We'll be happy to share that with authorities. But we're not law enforcement. We're not journalists. We're just
no. We wouldn't give you any information about the situation. We know better. People ain't stupid. You don't got to explain this part.
a bunch of volunteers who are very good at finding missing people.
You mentioned that Nolan went into the water at some point on that day. Do you have an idea of potentially the water conditions that day, where there's the risk of a rip currents? Was it just a kind of normal sunny day?
Now, the other guy, keep in mind, they asked about the conditions about that day. The other guy that we interviewed, and I played that interview the other day. I'll play it, but he said it was everything was, the condition was fine.
What was it like down there on the day that he kind of went into the water and never made it back out?
Yeah, so good question. There's normally a rip off that northwest tip of Horn Island. That day, from what people who told me that were there, they said that it was very, very strong. And the thing about that part of the island, it's people hang out there because it's a really nice like beach on both sides and it's shallow water. But you can go from like 3 feet of water to like 20 feet of water in a few steps. And if you get caught in that rip and you don't know that you're supposed to swim parallel to the beach, or you panic, you can get sucked out very far before you even know what happened. And Nolan didn't know how to swim. Confirmed that with his mother. He was very good shape, 6'1", 180 pounds, football player. But if he panicked, if he was, like had a lot of sun that day, maybe he just wasn't 100%. If he did get sucked out into that rip, it's possible that
speculation
that he drowned. And I don't think he went too far off because it wasn't too long when he washed up right back in the spot where he was last seen.
Brian,
and where do you just admitted a scenario where a guy was seen at a totally different location that got washed up. But how convenient is it that Nolan was able to come right back to the same spot where he initially went missing? How convenient was that? And he was on the land. How do we even know he was in the water? Did they pull him from out the water onto the land? Interesting.
Touched on something that I want to kind of circle back around on, because we've heard this a lot in other sort of investigations similar.
No, but he never seen the body. Keep in mind, he never seen the body. He was in the sky. He was in aircraft. Meaning like he never seen the body up close. So technically, his story is irrelevant because it was the park ranger. You see what they just did to y'all? The United Cajun Navy is irrelevant. Literally. They weren't the ones that saw the body. Peep game. See how they got everybody that fast? The park ranger saw the body. That's in the article. So what the hell they doing a press conference for? Correction. An interview. Okay. I'm just saying, to try to go back to what the judge was saying. They out here. They trying to steer the narrative. Got to peep game of what they doing.
The concept of the social media investigators, and it kind of feels like with the rise
social media investigators. Listen to them. That's an agenda.
That now everybody thinks that they can sit behind a keyboard and figure these things out, and you got people throwing out theories and people getting on chat rooms and talking to each other about that, and that really can have an impact, a negative impact.
Keep in mind, with people out there giving their theories, and all of that happens with anything, not just in this case. Everybody was giving, y'all wasn't saying this thing, giving y'all theories about P. Diddy, giving y'all theories about R. Kelly, giving y'all theories about Michael Jackson. Y'all was saying all that bullshit about them. But nah, when it comes to these 18-year-old boys that ain't say shit, nah, don't say nothing, y'all. Be quiet. Let the investigation handle where we got the right to talk. I'm not out here spreading misinformation up. I'm not coming up with something, and saying, hey, this is what happened, y'all. I'm not doing that. I'm only basing it off of what I can see and verify. Now, I will give you speculation. Here's what I think about it. Boo, boo, boo. I will give that to you. I got the right to do that. That's a part of the commentary, right? But I separate that all the time from what we know to be true, especially as of right now. We have the right to talk. We have the right to speculate. We have the right to give theories based on what we can see. Now, I'm not saying that gives us the right to spread misinformation. That's not what I'm saying. And don't take that the wrong way. But it don't, as far as y'all are concerned, as journalists on a news feed, every single one of y'all got to read a script. But that doesn't mean that that's right and exact based off of what the writer wrote for y'all to read. Because you're an actor. You're literally putting on an act. This is a show. This is a showcase. And you're reading from a teleprompter. And you got a few little notes on your, on your note right there in your paper. Well, that's fine. You going over your notes. That's fine. And when you getting ready to close, you pick up your piece of paper and, all right, and you letting the person know you closing. But giving your take on what people are doing online, you doing that on purpose because you have not done that before. You ain't say that before. Especially not with your own people. We got the right to say what we want to say. I understand this misinformation, but that's not happening. We calling out the misinformation. That's not happening on a broader scale. We can't sit up there and say misinformation is spreading a lot faster than all the details that we're receiving. That's not true. That's not true. We could say, oh man, that's crazy, but we know better than that. Well, at least I do. When somebody say, oh yeah, he got beat, he got, urinated on. I'm like, man, where y'all get that from? That has not been put out at all. People, if people are in their right mindset, they could tell what's real, what's real from what's fake. They should be able to. It's not that hard. Maybe somebody making it hard because they have an agenda that they want to push. Somebody want to, possibly grift, their crowd. People do that all the time, man. They come out there and say whatever they want, be controversial and scream and yell, and somebody needs to be. They playing on people's mindsets, but people put on the act all day long. Right now, Taco Bell is just now coming under fire by the government because they changed their menu up because an ingredient inside of one of their pieces of food, lettuce or something, I forgot what it was, look this up, causes an extreme case of diarrhea for people and got people sick. Now all of a sudden they under fire. I'm just saying. Oh, y'all didn't know about that? Seriously? Yeah, stop eating lettuce. Even the CDC came out and said that it was causing some type of illness. I forgot which one they said, but this is true. Taco Bell came out and switched their menu up because of this. No cap. Google it. Like how y'all telling me to Google something. Google that one. ChatGPT that one. That's true though. I'm not playing. Yeah, it was a parasite, some one of them parasites. Yeah, but it was Taco Bell that got in trouble. They took the lettuce off some shelves. Lettuce. Y'all got to be careful with the lettuce nowadays. I know how some of y'all gonna feel, but y'all got to be careful with food in general that they putting out here, for real. Especially what's in fast food. We don't know what's in fast food, bruh. We don't know what they doing. Some people saying they got, let me stop. Let me chill. What time is it? Yeah, then let me, what time is it out there in Cali? Somebody at YouTube still awake. It ain't that. Look, what is it, 11 o'clock for y'all, Cali? Clean and soak your lettuce and, I'm not, Oh, it's 10:30? Okay. It's 10:30? Man, type 13% if you feel good, though. Hey, positive note. Type 13 if you feel good about you, your family members, yourself, and confident enough that we going to overtake and oversee all this bullshit that they doing to us. It's a temporary thing with them. It's a long lifetime thing for us. Like, meaning we're getting it done now, and it will last a lifetime. Evergreen. Man. Yeah, it's 12:30 for me. Yeah. I'm in Texas, so I ain't even realize I had my skull cap on until just now. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing my hair. Ain't nobody say nothing. Everybody was like, well, I guess Dane gonna thug it out tonight. And I sure did. I was wondering why I was over here sweating. Is this light not bright? I can brighten it up, but it's gonna look weird if I do it. I ain't gonna do that. All right, so this is what we gonna do. I wanted to open up the panel, but it's extremely late. Tomorrow is what? Wednesday? Like, what if we just go live, right? We could touch on whatever happened that's like brand spanking new that's happening, but open up the panel and let people come up early though. We got to do it early. You thought who, me? With the skull cap? Nah, I just simply forgot I had the skull cap on. Around what time? With Icky, yeah. Icky, give him the time, Icky. Not the 10, 11, 12, Icky. With Icky, yeah. We probably gonna do 6, 7, 8, 9. Around that time, 6, 7, 8, 9. Around one of those hours in the evening hours. I'm just playing. Even in the evening hours. Between 6, 7, or 8 or 9. Eastern time, by the way. Let me say that. Eastern time. Best teacher in town. I appreciate that, Humble. Thank you for being a member for 41 months in a row, by the way. Tyler over there saying 6. Oh, Lord, Tyler. Stop. How you go from 6 to 9? What? Oh, no, you asking the time. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Okay, y'all, see, it's getting late. See, y'all playing games. That's on y'all, chat. That's on y'all. Y'all playing games. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, it was a good live. I feel as though it was a good live. We did get some things accomplished, but I want to hear from the people anyway. I want to hear their take. So that's why I want to set it up for tomorrow, where it's early, where we can open up the panel and let people talk about this particular topic and whatever topic they want to talk about that's correlating. I didn't get a chance to touch on other things that was happening, that was, closely related to this one. As far as I know they said lynchings. I don't know how this could be a lynching, but it could have been, and they could have, but it's not proven, but it's a lot of lynchings that's happening right now. A lot of them. And this wasn't even going to make the news If it wasn't for, look how they knocking social media, and social media is the reason why these legacy news media stations are talking about it. And look how they knocking the people, trying to make pretend like it's all of us, spread the misinformation. Don't do that. People get that news from social media quicker than some legacy news station. Yeah, you could tell I'm tired. I'm stumbling over my words. My coffee done ran out. I got some water. Matter of fact, did I drink any water? I don't think I did. Let me drink some water. Woo! Yeah, I saw that. I put that to the side that two Niji were killed. Well, unalived, as y'all say, in Georgia. That's true. That's true. Yes, justice for Nolan Wells. # justice for Nolan Wells. # justice for Nolan Wells. I agree. Fully agree. Now, I don't have no more coffee. I'm out. I got to make coffee. But, nah. Let me see. Hold on. I covered everything. I didn't miss anything. Yeah. Well, the only thing I didn't cover is Al Sharpton.
Reverend Sharpton, what was your reaction when you heard and when
Lord. Do y'all want to see this agent? I mean, it's up to y'all.
Learned that Nolan Wells had been found 6 days after he had been reported missing on that boat on the 4th of July?
I was, first of all, stunned at the fact that this young man is going out, he and 3 friends.
All right, a lot of people saying no. Turn this garbage off. Okay, all right, so we're not listening to... That's why I didn't play it. Yeah, that's about it. I'm talking about everything that happened today, like up to date. This was today as well. The parents speaking on different platforms. A lot of that stuff got released today, and I played it. I played the most important parts. I think we did good. I think it's been over 4 hours long, right? 4 hours and 30 minutes. We did a nice little live stream right here. Yeah, and I don't think Al Sharpton is necessary either. I agree. Justice for Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony. I agree.
Fire.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to move it over to the one. Stop. Huh? Wait, why my chat not popping up? My chat's supposed to be popping up. I don't know. Let me see why my chat not popping up. Anyway, damn, that's messed up because it's supposed to be popping up right there. I'm on the right screen, right? Yeah, camera scene 2. I am here. In the chat. Okay, let me see. Okay, there you go. And then when I move it over, the chat's supposed to be, okay, there you go. Type 13 in the chat if you enjoyed the stream. Type 13, spamming.
Fire.
All right. I appreciate y'all. So between 6, 7, 8, and 9 tomorrow. Between 6, 7, evening time tomorrow, I'm going live. And I'm going to have the panel open if you want to, talk about this situation or correlating situations. We can have it open. We can have that conversation. Don't come up on my panel drunk. I'll let you slide if you high. Don't come up on my panel drunk. Don't come up. You heard what I said? Don't come up on my panel drunk. All right. I'ma holler at y'all. I love y'all. Y'all take care. Wado.
OCO, free thinkers.
I make you think, yeah. I make you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you think, yeah. I made you think, yeah. I made you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you
He's
think.
here to make you think.
I make you think, yeah. I make you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you think, yeah. I made you think, yeah. I made you think, I make you think.
It's Dane Calloway.